Ichigo, yahoo! Hi everybody, happy Thursday! Hello, hello, how are you all? I forgot to say, I think I actually said this actually. I saw my first albino squirrel yesterday. I just got a text. I got a text and I'm reading it. I never get text messages, and right as I start my stream, I got a text. Yes, it was a white squirrel. He fell out of his nest. So we took him. It's from a family member. I think they're trying to start a conversation, but I don't have time right now, so I'm just not gonna reply. I feel bad though. Anyways, not now. Not now. Anime club is happening. Sorry guys, it was kind of rude of me to check my phone while we're talking. Anyway, welcome to this quiet classroom. I really need to commission like a classroom background for this. I could probably find a free to use one. Would that make it more immersive? I think that would be cute, right? I should work on that. Anyways, I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm sorry, Epic Slayer guy. I feel bad when I postpone streams, even though it's usually just like 10 to 20 minutes. I feel bad. I think I only do it like once a month, unless it's like a crazy month. Tired. Gweetons? Question mark? Don't tell the DM. But I'm showing up here in the middle of a T&D session. Wow, no way. Classroom with a Jigglypuff. Oh yeah, I went out today. I actually walked around and frolicked about in real life. Because today my blood pressure meds ran out, and I don't think they intended to refill them because it had a lot of side effects on the paper, and it said it's never meant to be a long-term medication. So I don't think it's gonna be refilled, which is interesting because whenever I don't take them, I feel very not good and I can't stand. But I took my last pill today, and I don't think my doctor intends on refilling it. So I decided to go out and walk around, like in the main part of the town. So I just walked around, and I went to a retro store. And for those who don't know, I really like 1950s like retro, not to be like a conservative or anything, but I really like trad 1950s dresses. I wish women wore more dresses. I wish I wish women wore dresses, and I wish men wore suits, and I wish men went to war in European countries randomly. But I really like pin-up dresses. I love 1950s dresses. I have a small collection of about 4, and I liked to wear those when I worked at the Capitol. But I also had those before I started working there, but I just think they're so cute. I think they're cool. I like to have vintage items. So I went to this specifically vintage store that also doesn't charge out the ass, and I found quite a few pretty dresses, but I only got one. And I tried on the dresses, and they're really cute, and I actually liked the dress I got so much that I bought it and then went to the changing room and changed into it and then continued my day in that dress, because I was like, I don't get to I don't go out very often, so I thought why not? If I want to wear a pretty dress, I'm gonna wear a pretty dress. And so I walked around. I got a lot of compliments, mainly on my hair, but I went to stores. I saw a bunch of store cats, and there was this really nice old man with long hair and braids, and he was like, "Oh my goodness, you're so pretty. Can I take a picture with you?" And I was like, "I mean, sure." He was like, "I love your hair." Then he was like, "Oh, I'm actually from Texas. I'm visiting here." And I was like, "Really? My family is in Texas. I visit them all the time." He was like, "Where at?" I was like the Dallas area. He was like, "No way, I'm right there." I was like, "Really?" And then he was like, I was like, do you were you around there when all those tornadoes were happening? He was like, oh yeah, but I didn't care. I was too high to care. And I was like, oh hell yeah. He was like, do you smoke weed? I was like, I don't, but I use it. He was like, you wanna go smoke some right now? I was like, well, this is a really fun side quest, but when I get high, bro, and I can't be in public like that. I get too silly. And he was like, oh, I got you. Then he was asking me where like the music scene is here, so I gave him some directions. Kinda sus. Yeah, why didn't I go and smoke weed with the random old man? I love old men that smoke weed, bro. They're always so funny. What's an old man without his joint? Am I right or am I right? They need their weed. I found that like the older generation, anytime the older generation like smokes at all, they're like stoners, bro. Like there are no tolerancy breaks with them. Like it's just constant. Like they are constantly high. If you ever meet an old person and they tell you that they like weed, they're high right now as they're telling you, but they hide it really well. They hide it well. You would never know. They're just really chill, and then you're like, wow, that old person's really chill. They're not racist or anything. It's because they're high. It's because they're high and they forget that they're racist. That's why. Because when I was at the shelter yesterday, and all the old ladies were talking about weed, because I was at the dispensary, I ran into a lady from the shelter, and I was like, oh my gosh, I knew it! I knew you smoked weed! You're too woke to not smoke weed! And they were like, talking about all the times their high experiences. I was like, oh man, I don't think I could leave the house high. And one of them was like, I don't think I could ever leave the house not high. I wouldn't be able to function. I was like, what? And then all the other ladies were like, yep, I know that's right. I was like, you're all high right now? What? Because I feel like being high at like an animal shelter would be just scary, but maybe they're used to it. I don't know. I feel like I could never get so used to being high that I could function in society high. Because when I'm high, bro, I'm just like, nothing makes sense. I'm constantly like, haha, what? What is happening? And then anything out of the ordinary happens, it's instantly scary. I'm scared. Me, when the weed tells me to get scared, it doesn't like chill me out like that. It chills me out until something different happens. Then life becomes a horror movie. Maybe it's different for like, I mean, obviously tolerance changes it, because I don't be like, I'm not like an addict. I don't even think I count as like a stoner. I don't take it as much as I joke about taking it. Yeah, who here is high right now? I don't think we should make this a safe space for filthy, dirty junkies. Well, what are you? Are you stoner phobic? Okay, I'm gonna open my notes app because I haven't opened my notes app in forever, and I use my notes app to write down all the fucked up like thoughts and ideas, like the horrible jokes I come up with when I'm high. An ex of mine was really a substance addicted and couldn't go for one day without something. It's scary. What the fuck? Bro, alcoholics be like, you know how we can make everything here taste worse and also more expensive? You know how we could make this taste like shit and make it cost more? Okay, I've written down... Here's my notes. Okay, here's my notes from like the last time I was high, okay? To preface people who haven't heard my thoughts when I'm high, I come up with incredible jokes and thoughts and ideas. I come up with great ideas that nobody else has ever thought of before. My best... Okay, the first time I was high, I came up with a statement. Those real ones who know. I came up with a statement, and I thought this bar is so fucking hard that I need to write it down in my notes app. But then I was like, no. If I write it down in my notes app, someone's gonna find it and they're gonna steal it and they're gonna claim they came up with it on their own. So I abbreviated it in my notes app. Hell yeah, Iktabor. Shh, they're gonna know, and they're gonna steal it. They're gonna steal it. Now, what does this amazing, as an adverb? I don't know what it's called when you summarize things with letters. What does this amazing abbreviation stand for, you may ask? The amazing statement that I came up with that nobody else can know about because it's so fire. Acronym, thank you, Epic Slayer guy. Get ready, guys. I keep the blunts on rotation. So fucking fire, dude. So fire. We can't let anybody know about this. This cannot leave the chat because that's my original statement that I came up with when I was on drugs. Anyway, there's also that large ass writing statement I did to the Russian community a few months ago. Pretty fire, hell yeah. It's great. Iktabor. Iktabor. I have just like this summary of how I felt towards my mother because I was thinking about how she would always stay with my father, but then be like, you know I love you, right? You know I love you, right? I'm doing this all for you. And then so I wrote my thoughts on the matter, and I wrote, so be a real mom and fucking kill him! Is what I wrote. And I wrote fucking with an A. So there's that, and then... Oh my god, I'm going through my notes app and all of the... There's just like... I have like my to-do list. And I just found this, it's very blank. I can explain what this means. But it was my to-do list from like a few months ago, and it just says, application, log on to Veterans Association website, apply for post 9/11 benefits. Actually, I don't feel like explaining what that is because it's even funnier out of context. Alright. So I wrote this little paragraph, alright? Gotta trademark it, yeah. College students reinventing the wheel. I wrote this paragraph about what being autistic feels like, and it's actually really nicely written, but this is my first time reading it since I wrote it, but I remember thinking it was written nicely when I was high. So we're gonna see how well it holds up. I actually think this was also slightly based on my area of employment at the time. Sorry to go on a rant, but it's only the first like 10 minutes of the stream, so we're still getting accompanied to each other because this is our first time meeting this week at school in this classroom. Okay. Have you written fanfics while high? This is an important question. Probably just like parts of the Hakuryu X Me ones where they're just really cringy, but I also might have just been sleep deprived. Should I write fanfics? Why? What should it be? With who? You guys can see how I write when I'm high. Okay, I wrote this when I was high like 3 months ago, or no, like more than that. I wrote it when I was still working in the government. When I was a Fed, basically. I was a federal agent. Okay, I wrote... Yeah, that fanfic could continue that fanfic. Well, yeah, no, I haven't even gotten pregnant yet, bro. I haven't gotten pregnant yet. I need to know what happens after from the perspective of a high person. What other guys do you like? Hakuryu on top, but... Todoroki is okay. Todoroki fills the Hakuryu's shaped hole in my heart. Those who know, know. Because they both have scars and mommy and daddy issues. Same with Zuko. But I think Hakuryu is the only one I think about a lot. I like Ken Kozume. Zuko? Yeah, Zuko. He doesn't count as anime, but he counts as anime in my heart. Alright, I'm gonna read this description I wrote when I was high of what being autistic feels like. All the other autistics in the chat, please let me know if you guys relate, or if I was just like absolutely just zwollen, if I was just like crazy on the Zon, not making sense. So I wrote, being autistic feels like being some sort of evil government agent hired to play a spy role from age 10 and up, and constantly growing up feeling stuck, like it wasn't supposed to last this long, constantly worrying if you're playing your role right, and observing others frantically trying to find what you were sent to find, and yet never being told what to look for. The years go on, and you feel the act hard to play, but invested in the personality you made. constantly dreading but wanting the role to be over so you can leave, and constantly thinking about life before. All this character I've created, should I break it all apart and go live my own life finally? So for those who don't know, what I think I was trying to describe there was just masking, but I felt that it was extremely similar to my line of work. So I combined the two into that little statement because I felt very conflicted. It felt exactly the same, working in the capital. It felt like I was doing the same shit constantly. It was just like triple masking, double autism masking supreme. Ow, when you work in government. Because I assume that normal people already have to do something like that when they get a job of that level so seriously. But with me, it's like I had to do that like multiple, like double over. Like I already mask at school, then I gotta triple mask and pretend to be just a normal person masking, as opposed to an autistic person masking. Is how it felt. I don't know if that made sense at all, actually. But that's what I was trying to put into words. Ironically, I don't really write much when I'm sober. I used to. I need to start. Okay, I have an order that I have to do things, and I really should have like a journal. I used to have a journal, but currently I'm transcribing my other journal into a better solid journal because my other one is scattered throughout 3 shitty journals that I kept when I was a kid to a teenager. And I'm like, oh, I really gotta condense all these in one fucking book so they're not scattered around like hidden archives. So I just keep telling myself, man, I gotta start journaling. But then if I start journaling now, then the 3 journals become 4 journals, and that's just, then I'm gonna have to rewrite it again anyway, because I'm putting it into one journal. So that's why I don't journal right now, because I'm transcribing my thoughts from 6 years ago at the moment. I like the avatar quotes. Todoroki times what? Timeskip or pre-timeskip high schooler? I mean, I liked him when I was in middle school. I was in 7th grade when I liked him. How many journals can one woman have? Okay, there's 4 that are like diaries. There's 1 that is just a journal of just random thoughts and topics that are in no particular order. And then there's 1 that is a specific mental health journal that I used as a vent journal because it had things that were too insane to put in the diary. So that one is actually at my family's house right now because I taped it up and put it in a box because I didn't want anyone to find it, because if anyone ever found it, I would probably be sent to a mental facility, being 100% serious. So I duct taped it shut. I put it in a box of like all my old yearbooks, and then I put it like in a shelf somewhere. So I have no idea where that one is. I haven't seen it in forever. But it's so bad that like at the time, last time I saw it, I opened it, I was like, I'm gonna take a look through here to see if there's any like baller, like, yeah, I don't know, edgy quotes, anything I can steal from this from later to see, you know, teenagers be writing some edgy stuff, but sometimes a real gem slips through the ass cheeks, right? So I was looking in there, thinking I was just gonna see some like, just like slightly edgy, depressing poems and shit. Just some stuff that's like, I can relate to that, right? We can all relate to this. I opened that shit. It was insane, bro. It was like, not even I could. I was just like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? And it wasn't even that long ago. It was like, when last time I saw it, the last time I wrote in it was like 3 months prior. But it was so insane that 3 months later, Ichigo was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I gotta hide this shit, bro. This shit. This shit is awful. It wasn't even like edgy cringe. It was just like actually just like horrid. So I duct taped it shut, and it's somewhere. It's somewhere that I don't even know where it is. So I have like 6 different, I don't know, documentations of my presence, and they all have varying degrees of like normalcy of how severe they are. See that? That is why I never use journals. I will never write that stuff down with no evidence. Dude, you guys want to hear something horrible? It's gonna make you guys angry, okay? I got so excited that I almost burped, so hold on. Because when I have to burp, I can't talk. Okay. Not the persona stuff, the stuff about her journal. We should do a live journal reaction. No, it actually sucks. Well, I think there's like 1 or 2 jokes in the depression journal, but other than that, because the thing about this journal is that I kept it from 2020 to 2022, and those who know how much that fucking sucked know, but that was my only journal I really kept during that period of time. Because I was like, yo, I know that I'm never gonna want to see or be reminded of how I feel right now. So I kept it in its own journal. Which, I don't know why I didn't just put it in a diary, but like, whatever. So I had a diary and a depression journal. The thing about that is that there's like little verses in there about like... Because I couldn't go to school around this time because I was like sick and for other reasons. But I was sick and I couldn't go to school. And it was just shit like, I don't get it. Why can't I go to school? I see the other kids get off the bus every day after school and I just sit in my room and stare at them through the window and I don't get it. Why can't I go to school? I just want to go to school. No one's letting me go to school. I'm only 16. I can't go to school. It's just like really depressing. So that's the most like coherent thing in that journal. The rest is just like gibberish about like you all put me here and I'm rotting away and nobody cares and shit like that. I sound insane right now. Context, I have health problems. It's not all in my head. It's not in my head. It's not in my head. I'm not just coming up with it. I'm not just emo. I just have health problems. But that's like what that whole book is, so that's why I taped it up and put it somewhere where I can never see it again. We're all insane here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. In response to Epic Slayer Guy's statement, the thing about keeping journals is when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to express any sort of negative emotions because I was in a Christian household, a very strict one. And everyone knows it's not depression, it's not autism, it's not ADHD, it's the devil, and you're not praying hard enough. You need to pray more. You need to pray more and your autism will go away. And so will your melanin. And you will be the correct form of human, which is white and Christian. That'd do it. Demons! It's demons! Lord! Dude, if you tell your black auntie that you're depressed, Lord, bro, they'll still grab you and start praying right there. Lord, help my beautiful niece unleash her from the devil's grasp, and also fix that autism or whatever the fuck it is, and make her straight while you're at it. Always on demon timing. I'm autism and I'm one of Satan's minions. It's actually not the 7 deadly sins, it's the 8 deadly sins, and the 8th deadly sin is autism and hyperfixations. You need to find your true self in order to obtain your persona and start fighting the demons. Yeah! And what about you, Hyper? Are your parents religious? My mom was always like, no, your mental health issues come from being a Libra and wearing black clothes. Oh my god. I don't know if that's worse or better. I'm autistic and sinning is my hyperfixation! Okay, in response to Epic Slayer Guy though, I wasn't allowed to, like, listen to any music that sang about being sad. If I had a song that I felt... I didn't even know how to express what I was feeling because nobody else at church showed those emotions, and all the other kids my age would just kind of like I could just like tell that like I was feeling emotions that the kids around me couldn't feel, is how I'll say it. Like they didn't feel it. I was feeling very extreme emotions that the kids my age could not relate to at that point in time. And I was aware of that, and I was aware that I was a kid and couldn't put it into words. So whenever I found a song, granted, they were really shitty and like edgy, and they were the nightcore version, but whenever I found a song that was like I think there was one like Nightcore, You Don't Know What It's Like or something. I was like, oh, this is me. It's just like me for real. And then I would show it to my mom to try and like express how I felt inside. I would listen to it like around her, and she'd just be like, you know why you're sad? Because you're listening to that sad music. That's why you're sad. You need to listen to Jamie Grace. So one of the only songs I listened to was Jamie Grace, I Love the Way You Hold Me. And that was the closest I could get to any sort of like alternative music for a while. I don't know if anyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about, but this is a very niche childhood upbringing. But Jamie Grace was a Christian singer, and there were 3 Christian songs I was allowed to listen to, so that's how I expressed myself. I don't think there were many like religious coping songs that came out at the time, but that's what I would listen to. So anytime I like started like doodling and drawing and writing and singing, it couldn't be anything sad. Anytime I drew anything like maybe edgy or angsty even, it was just kind of like, what the fuck? And then my mom would show it to my therapist and be like, look what she's drawing! She's drawing anime characters with black eyes! And that's why you're depressed, you're drawing all those evil Asian people on the paper. Things like that. Oh my god, I remember my mom looked at me and she was like, you know Asians are racist, right? They're really racist. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Alright. Just out of nowhere, just like that? Yeah, let's generalize. Not even a whole race of people. A whole, like, vague race of people. Yeah, evil Asian people. I'm sorry, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm black. I like to apologize for being mixed. I'm trying to think of a meme I saw. I saw this meme that was like, it was like a crying anime girl, and it was like, I might have been mean, but you are mixed, and that's worse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a mixed breed. Anyways, oh yeah, but in general, Midwestern Christians think that Asian people, typically East Asian people, because they haven't fallen victim to colonization, therefore they are not Christian yet. Maybe Koreans get a pass because for some reason they're super Christian, but Chinese and Japanese, no. They are not Christians, so they are Satanists, is what that means. So I was drawing evil anime people. That's no good. So basically, like any route of like self-expression I had, if it even strayed from anything other than happiness and loving God and Jesus, it's bad, and I need to be punished. It needs to be taken away. So of course, as I was a teenager, I was like, who gives a fuck? I'm gonna write what the fuck I want. I'm gonna write what I'm feeling because I actually know how to cope healthily. God forbid I cope healthily, cope and seethe. So, I just thought of something stupid. Sin, cope, and seethe. Wait, that could be used different ways. Because I could be talking about my syncope, or I could be talking about sinning, as I specified I love to do earlier. Syncope and seethe, which one? So around after I started streaming, I'd been, you know, like writing how I felt for a while. And then I was hospitalized long term because of my syncope and my seizures. So I was in the hospital for three months. I basically lived there. And while I was in the hospital, my mom had gone through my room and like cleaned it. I guess I don't think she was cleaning it. I think she just wanted an excuse to like go through my shit. But she cleaned it also. So when I came home, she was in the kitchen on the phone. And she was not very happy to see me. I'm gonna be real. She was extreme. I came through the door, and she was like, "You're home?" I was like, "Yeah, dude, this sounds so bad. This is so depressing. It doesn't depress me, but just how cold of a person she was is really unsettling to hear out loud." But like, I came home after, you know, living at the hospital. I was like a baby. I was still in high school. I came home and she was just like, "You're home?" I was like, yeah. She was like, why didn't you tell me you were coming out today? I was like, I don't know, cause I'm always at the hospital and I always come back. I always come back and then I go back and I come back, basically. And she was like, okay, and then she started an argument for some reason. I don't remember why. And then I just went to my room, cause you know, I just got out of the hospital, I don't have to hear that. And I noticed she cleaned my room. And so everything was like clean and reorganized. Yeah, I always come back. I am purple because she microdosed me with silver as a kid. I'm actually not so purple anymore. I do kind of have like a purple hue though, but I'm not blue yet. But so I hid my journal, by the way. I hid it because I was such a paranoid person. I hid it under my dresser. And she had found it and it was gone. And so I couldn't do anything, I couldn't write. And so I went out, I was like, yo, where's my... Okay, this is like a funny story because I always like to clarify, my mother and I never had like screaming matches. It was always just like really passive aggressive, awkward tension. There was never any just like, I hate you, and things like that. It was just like what's that fucking Zoolander clip where they just walk past each other and stare at each other? It was just like really, really bad vibes, basically. We would just walk, guys, and stare at each other, and at least on my part, no rude or disrespectful things were said. Until this day, cause I fucking lost it. I lost my shit, bro. Yes. Dude, you would never have guessed that we were mother and daughter, bro. We hated each other, but she hated me first, bro. She hated me first because I'm mixed. But so I went in my room. I was trying to be nice and shit, and just like calm down. I was like, you know what healthy people do? Is they write down how they're feeling. So I take a little peek under my dresser. I'm like, where is my journal that I've hidden from the woman? And there ain't shit under the dresser. It's spotless. I'm like, oh no. You know what that means? That means she read it. And the thing about this point in time is, as I said, it was like a journal that I had primarily when I was younger. So this is around the time that I had read it, and I was like, yo, what the fuck? That's insane. So I kept it hidden. I hadn't felt like that bad for a while, right? Like I hadn't, it was not like that, I wasn't that severe. I was chilling, alright? I was happy, or something like that. Something comparable to happiness, at least. Something that vaguely resembled it. Not for long. So I was like, oh, I don't know. She kind of stressed me out when I came through the door. I'm gonna write in my journal, you know, like one of those healthy people. So I look. It's gone. I go, well, hey, where's that journal? And my point is that she read that shit. She read the oh my god, I suck at wording this. Keep in mind, this journal was not my diary. This is a journal that I had put aside specifically for the most darkest, depressing thoughts I ever felt. Like basically, anytime I had a panic attack, I would write in there. Anytime I was just like manic or something, I would write in there. Basically that. So it wasn't like, and then it was just there was no set point in time, and I hadn't written in that journal for like 6 months. So she took this journal that I had for years, that only ever has any bad, horrible, depressing thoughts I have are only put in there. And I think she took it and thought that I wrote in it recently, and then thought that everything in there was written back to back in like days and days and days, just back to back of like depressing shit, and nothing like I don't know, like spaced out in the way that I'd used it. So she took it and thought that her daughter was insane. So I was like, oh hey, where's my journal? And she was like, I actually don't remember how everything transpired, but it ended with her threatening to call the police on me. So at some point it escalated from me being like, hey, Where's that thing? My only coping mechanism I have right now. You wanna hand that back, maybe? Maybe can I have that back? And she was like, no, yeah, that was insane. I hid it somewhere. I was like, what the fuck? Oh no, actually, I remember what happened. She told me she threw it away. I was like, what the fuck? And then she was like, I started losing it, bro. I was such a good daughter, and I lost it. I could not take it anymore. Because being a good daughter got me to the point where my mother hates me. So I was like, you know what? No more good daughter. I'm gonna be the scary black child that you think I am. So I was like, you better give me that fucking journal right now, or I'm gonna lose my shit, bro. And then she was like, actually, I didn't throw it away. I forgot, but I actually hid it somewhere. And I was like, where did you hide it? And she was like, I forgot. I was like, what the fuck? And I started... Okay, keep in mind, this is the scariest she's ever seen me, okay? You want to know what the scary thing I was doing was? I was opening the cabinets in the kitchen. I was opening all the kitchen cabinets, and I was like, you need to give me that journal right now. And I opened the kitchen cabinets. That was the angriest she's ever seen me. And she was like, I'm gonna call the police. I'm gonna call the police on you. My mixed daughter is angry. Valid crash out. Okay, I can't scream. This is like the loudest I can scream, but I went past this, bro. I was like screaming. I was like, you need to give me that shit right now, or I'm gonna throw the chair out the window. I was like, you're stressing me out. And then, oh, and she had stolen my social security card at this point, because I was like, fuck this shit, I'm trying to leave. That's another thing. If anyone's like, why didn't you move out? Why were you such a bum and living with your stupid mom? She stole my social security card. She stole my social security card. I went and I hid that shit in my room, and she found it again, and she stole it. So I was like, you need to give me that shit right now, or I'm gonna do something neither of us are going to like. And then she called the hospital. She was like, what did you do to her? I'm suing you guys because she's never been this angry before, and it's your fault that she's angry and not mine. And then I was like, dude, because for those who don't know, she also called the police on my dad because he's a black man. And I was like, oh, you're gonna get my dad arrested? You're gonna get me arrested? And they're gonna believe you because you're a white woman who's crying. And then I was like, she called her friend because she was so scared to be alone with her daughter that she birthed. And then I was like, I went to grab my medical records because I couldn't find my social security card or just anything that was important, like my driver's license. She had taken my debit card as well. And I also hadn't made a purchase in like fucking 7 months because I never bought anything. So I didn't have like any shitty spending problems or anything like that. But I had taken my medical records because I was like, I literally have nothing and I need to leave, or else you're gonna call the police on me for something I didn't do, like my father. So they could have called the cops. No, I couldn't have called the cops because we were in the middle of nowhere in Kansas, and they would have showed up and shot the darkest person at the scene. That's what would have happened. And so I was like, I was locked in, but she was hyperventilating and crying, and you know what that means? That means that I need to go to jail. So I don't remember this happening in part 2. It did! It did happen in part 2! I am Joseph Joestar's great granddaughter. Actually, no, I'm Smokey's granddaughter. So I grabbed my medical records because I was so unproblematic, bro. I was like, yo, I'm just gonna remove myself from the situation. I just wanted to write in my journal. I can't even do that. I'm gonna grab everything I hold dear and take a fucking walk. That's what I'm gonna do, like a normal person. Maybe you can try it sometimes. And then I grab my medical records, and she comes into my room. Keep in mind, I kept trying to like separate myself and distance myself from her, like so that no allegations were thrown. And then she's on the phone with her friend, just hyperventilating, like, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. She's insane. She's opening all the cabinets. and so I'm about to leave. She grabs my medical records for me and rips them from me and is holding them to her chest while she hyperventilates. Keep in mind, I'm an adult at this point. I am 18, be it freshly, but I was 18. And she's like, no, I'm keeping these because you're not thinking straight right now. And then I was like, you need to give me those right now, or I am going to start hitting myself in the head. And then she opening cabinets, dude, because I knew she was gonna like call the police if I did anything. So all I could do was open the cabinets. All I could do was open the cabinets to show my frustration. Not thinking straight. Oh my god. And then so I was so smart, bro, because I started slowly reaching as slow as possible for these medical records that she was holding to her chest and freaking out about. I have to burp again. Ugh, I hate talking while I have to burp. Anyways, I slowly reach for them, you know, so that she doesn't get too jumpy and think I'm gonna knock her shit or something. And I'm slowly reaching for them, and I make contact with the medical records. I don't even touch her, and I'm like, you need to give those to me right now. I'm like locked in on her, just staring into her soul. Give me the medical records. Give me the medical records. Oh, you want to give me my medical records so badly. It is. She said that she experimented in college or something like that. What a freak, am I right? But like, and then when I reach for the medical records, she starts hyperventilating and sobbing and going, please don't touch me, please don't touch me. And I just lost my shit, bro. I screamed louder than this. I was like, I'm not doing anything to you. And then she looked so fucking terrified. Keep in mind, she has screamed at me with full force. You never want to see a white woman scream at you, bro. It's fucking scary, dude. But she screamed at me in full force so many times, and I screamed back, and she was like, she was actually fucking shocked. Like, she was speechless. She was like, she started crying, like not like sniffling with tears, like actually like baby crying, like. And then I took them, and she left, and she was like, I have to call the police. I have to call the police. She's crazy. And then she stressed me out so much that when I went to the doctor for my checkup the next day, they hospitalized me again. Which, that's literally how it went. That's one of the reasons I was hospitalized for so long, is that I would come home. I think I came home 3 times. And she would stress me out and make me faint or something, and then I would get hospitalized again, and then I had to stay there for even longer. And I was like, wow, come the fuck on, bro. Like, so that's what happened. Oh, and it took me forever to get my journal back. That's where I was going with that. All because she hid my journal. I have not watched the new South Park episode yet. Like this? Yes. Yes. In fact, she's so good at crying on the spot, dude. It's fucking scary. Because when I went to the hospital the very first time, keep in mind, she drove me there. We went there together. You know why? Because I'm sick. We were like, we're gonna go to the doctor like normal people. The doctor was like, you need to go to the hospital because they have all the fancy dancy shit there that they can scan everything with. So she drove me to the hospital. They're like, do you want your mom in the room? I'm like, no. She stresses me out, to be frank. Okay, we're gonna have her in the lobby. So then they're like, uh-oh, everything's low. Oh golly. And then they're like, they go to her, they're like, hey, we're gonna keep your daughter for maybe like a week, we're gonna make sure like her vitamins stable out. We're gonna make sure she's eating like a balanced diet and take some blood tests and shit. And then she works up a sweat and she starts crying and she's like, what? And then she pushes past the doctors and goes into the little back like the doctor's room that I'm in. I don't know what it's called. The fucking room. The doctor's office. I don't know. And then they had to escort her out and she starts like crying like, I want to know what's going on. Like, she was mad at me. She was mad at me for having low blood pressure or something. I don't know why she made a scene. I think she needs attention. But she was like, I want to know what's going on. I want answers. And she was like crying and sobbing and they had to escort her out. And then, like, you compare to how she acts in public versus when I came home. When I came home, bro, it was fucking scary. It was like an anime scene. The lights were off and she was just standing in the living room and she was just like, "You're home?" Like she didn't want me to be there. I was like, yes. No, she is. She's a narcissist, I'm pretty sure. So it's like she would make a scene in public and then I would come home and she had absolutely no positive emotions towards me at all. It was so annoying. I was like, bro, you're wasting everyone's time, dude. You're wasting everyone's time and mine, because you and I, dude. One time I brought it up. We were in the kitchen. I was like, hey, so why did you work up that the waterworks? Because we both know that you don't actually feel that way about me. And she just stared at me. I don't know what's that fucking anime screenshot, the Aizen screenshot, where he's just like staring from like this angle. With a blank face. That's how she looked at me like a majority of the time. Just like completely apathetic. She's so scary. Yeah, the Aizen screenshot. How I look when I low-key have a bigger butt than the girl I'm talking to. Yeah. She would like work up these waterworks in public for absolutely no reason. I'm like, why are you mad that your daughter is getting the medical help that she needs? I don't know. She can't answer because in private, she didn't give a shit. So after that whole debacle, she just tosses my my journal at me. Is like, here you go, just take it, God. And I was like, okay. She read that shit, and you know what else she did? She read that shit, and she told all of my friends what was in it. That's what she did. Isn't that nice? So she started interrogating my friends while I was in the hospital. I felt so bad. I saw their texts in the group chat. They were like, dude, Ichigo's mom just texted me. What? Yeah, she's asking me all this stuff about Ichigo. She's asking me if she ever told me anything in depth about this stuff. No. No, I don't think we should respond. Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna tell her anything. Like, dude, she was so crazy. My friends were like prepped. Like my friends knew never. A real YN never speaks a word to Ichigo's mom. Never ever. Shh. Never, never ever. So I thought that was kind of funny. I just felt bad. And yes, when I moved out, she started texting my friends, and then she also started calling my friends' parents and asking why they allowed their friends to help, why they allowed their children to help me move out. So that was interesting. Wow. Yeah, it's I never go in depth about my mother other than she's crazy, but if it adds comedic effect, if it's a slightly funny story in the slightest, oh, you bet I'll milk the shit out of it. Because she is kind of funny. I'll just hang up and block her. Dude, I felt so bad because my best friend at the time was black, and of course her dad's black, so he just knows not to fuck with shit like that, crazy white woman. So she calls my best friend's dad and is like, I can't believe, do you know where she moved to? Do you know where she is? And he was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. It was so weird. I wish I could like go in detail just so everyone knows, like, it has a full timeline of what went on, but it's so insane, as are the white woman's antics. It's just really hard to put into a clear, concise timeline. Because they're really talented at doing crazy shit like that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's wild. So I just won't even try to concise it into any understandable thing. But it's a like what I've shared with you in the last 50 minutes is a concise small story in the grand scale of everything that she's done. This was a concise small interaction that I've shared. And this is the funniest interaction. I think. I don't know. Did she do something funnier? Small lore drop. It's cause she was just like constantly that way chronically. Like every day was just like some crazy shit. I'm trying to think. I think I've said this before. When I was like I would have been like 13. It was like summer break. And I think my mom had like psychosis as well or something like that. But she won't get diagnosed because everyone knows that she's completely mentally stable and there are no problems in that noggin. So I woke up home alone and I woke up home alone and I go out into the kitchen to start my day before I do my summer break routine of immediately getting on Roblox and eating whatever shit is in the freezer. I used to make these disgusting freezer platters, bro. Just like frozen shrimp, frozen White Castle burgers, and just some frozen corn dogs. And that was my meal. So I was getting ready to do that, right? I think I had... Oh, by the way, I got some frozen pretzel sticks. They're fucking amazing. They're so good. I love pretzels. But I think I had these exact pretzel sticks 8 years ago when this story takes place. So I opened the freezer to get my pretzel sticks before sitting and being sweaty on Roblox all day. That sounds awesome. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty fire, not gonna lie. And so, I was getting ready to have my breakfast of soft pretzels, and I opened the microwave, and I behold to a scene, and I just kind of stared at it because I can't piece together what it is that I'm looking at in there, and I'm just like, huh. I wonder what that is. And so let me describe what it is. Let me describe what I saw in that microwave. I don't think you guys are ready. So, keep in mind that I'm home alone. I have nobody to infer to about what I'm witnessing in the microwave at the moment. I open the microwave. There is a red strainer? Question mark? I don't know if it was a strainer. It was like a yeah, no, we're almost done summarizing battle tendency. I'm getting to the last episode. But in this episode of Jojo Part 2, I open the microwave. I see some sort of strainer in there. Sitting in there. There is a banana sitting in the strainer. And a absolute mound of some sort of seasoning on top. Like more seasoning. I'm not talking like an entire like, you know, like the seasoning jars, I don't know, like the typical size of one. Like a typical seasoning shaker jar, cup, glass, whatever they're called. It was more than that, bro. Like this was like at least a pound of seasoning on top of the banana in the strainer in the microwave. And because it's in the strainer, I can't just pick it up and put it away because it's in a strainer and the seasoning is gonna fall out through the bottom of the strainer. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what? What? And then so, of course, I text my mom. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck is in the microwave? Because now I can't use the microwave. And she's like, she doesn't reply. And then so, my dad's off, like, who knows where. And so I'm just alone. This is typically how my summer breaks went, by the way. I would wake up alone, and I would make whatever the fuck was in the freezer, and I just never saw my parents until they came home at like 8 p.m. or something. Or 9 p.m. or like 1 a.m. or however the fuck long. So summer was in general a very odd liminal vibe of frozen meals and Roblox. All day. But I didn't care at the time. So I was more concerned about not being able to use the microwave to microwave my pretzels. And I had no idea if the banana itself had been ran through the microwave or not. so I just leave that shit in there. I'm just like, you know what? I don't get paid enough allowance for this at all. So I'm just gonna leave this alone. I'm just gonna have toast or something. So this might have even been the day when the cereal fanfic was written, okay? This might have been the day when the cereal fanfic was written because the microwave couldn't be used. So I'm just like, whatever. I go back, and then my mom gets home at like 9 p.m. I'm like, hey, you want to tell me what's in the microwave? Just give me a little rundown of what's going on in there. Kinda crazy. And then she's like, oh, I woke up in the middle of the night and I was ferociously shaking the taco seasoning that I got for today's dinner on top of the banana, and then I just put it in the microwave to get rid of it. I was like, what? Like, why did you move it to the microwave? And she was saying, she was like, oh, I was so upset because I wasted the taco seasoning for dinner. I was like, bro, we've got bigger fucking problems to worry about, because why did you do that in the first place? Like, oh my god. I just remember when I was a kid, I was like 7. We had watched a movie together, and then it was like 3 a.m. So she was like, go to bed, and then I'll meet you up there. I'll tuck you in. So I went to bed, and then I was waiting in bed for so long that like I fell asleep, right? And she had never come to tuck me in. So I woke up at like probably like 5 or 6 a.m. And the hallway light was still on, meaning she hadn't gone to bed yet and she hadn't turned it off. So I'm just like a little kid. It's kind of scary when things like that happen. You're like, oh, why is the light on? Why is the daily routine out of whack? But I'm brave, and I get up, I put my big girl pants on, and I get up and I walk down the stairs into the pitch dark living room. And then I walk into the kitchen. I'm like, hey, where's my mother at? And our kitchen had like one of those little fake windows where you can kind of like look into the kitchen and see inside of it from the living room without being in the kitchen. I don't know how to describe it. So I kind of get on my tippy toes and peek through the window, because the light's on in the kitchen. I can hear something in there, and it's my mom, and she's just eating like, I don't know, eating something crunchy with her eyes closed in the kitchen. How long she's been doing this, I have no idea. And so I walk in, I'm like, hey mommy, are you gonna tuck me in soon? And then she just snaps to it and gets mad at me for startling her and screams at me and was like, go to bed! You scared the jeepers out of me! Or something. And then I started crying and ran away and went to bed. I was so scared. Oh my god. And it never got better. Like when I was like streaming at this point, I was like, when I first started streaming it was still this way. And I actually started barricading my room with my gamer chair. I would put it up against the door so she couldn't come into my room at night. And because one time I woke up and my computer has like the LED lights. It's not bright or anything, it just has LED lights. Like, it doesn't light up the room. And I had woken up, and keep in mind, it's hard enough to fall asleep when like the demons are like, there's someone in your room, there's someone in your room. That's scary enough, bro. It's scary when it's true. It's scary when there's a white woman in your room. So I get this like odd hunch that someone's watching me right at fucking 5 in the morning. And I'm like, I'm probably just paranoid. I'm probably just crazy. I'm just gonna try to go to sleep. And then I turn over and she's at the door. She's at the door and it's pitch dark, but I know that the door is open and I know she's looking at me through the door. And so I sit up fucking scared as shit. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And then I never swore at her because I was a good daughter. I actually tolerated this shit for a long time. I actually probably could have gotten her like escorted away for like probably 3 months actually. I probably could have like just been like, she's fucking crazy, she's fucking crazy. And they would have done an assessment, and then she would have fallen for that, do you ever feel suicidal question? And then they would have taken her away. Because she doesn't know that you're supposed to lie on that question. But she was just like standing at the door looking at me. And I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck? She did this often, by the way. Like, she wouldn't make her presence known. It scared the shit out of me. the number of times I would just see something in the corner of my eye and it was just half of her face sticking out of the door, it was not very fun. But so in this instance, I wake up, I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And she's like, I'm like, what are you doing? And then she's like, I saw your light was on. I was like, my light wasn't on. What? I was asleep. I was trying to sleep. You just woke me up. And then she was like, go to bed. And she started scolding me. She was like, go to bed. It's late. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, don't. My God. I was like, don't be coming at me with that attitude, bro. Yes. She just had like half of her face sticking out the door. It was always cracked open. And I think one time I woke up and she was just like standing in my room, facing away from me, looking at my computer that was off. So I started barricading my door like a schizo, and I was like, I can't have the, because I didn't have a lock on my door. I can't sleep with you watching. Dude, it sucked. I always barricaded my door with just a bunch of shit. And she didn't like it. She got mad at me when I did that. She said it was a fire hazard. Dude, I would rather burn alive than have you watching me sleep, bro. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, it was awful. But it makes for a funny story. So that's why I'm kind of glad that it happened. Because thanks to her, I have endless stories to break the silence with. And also, make any situation awkward, because no normal people out in the real world actually want to hear about that. But you guys do, because it's interesting, it's entertaining. That silly lady and her antics. I need like an animated story time version of it. I feel like I need like a bulleted list of everything I've said on stream that she does so far, condensed into a video that people can watch and fill themselves in on the situation. The Ichigo mom situation is crazy. No, I think she's just like well, she also was drinking the silver along with me. Dude, she definitely like if she would have been so susceptible to a cult, bro. Like she definitely would have been one of those moms that's just like, dude, we have to drink the alcohol and die for the masters. Trust. Make sure to like and subscribe for more content like this. Yeah, hit that like button, smash that subscribe button, and remember to hit the bell so you're notified of all of my amazing white mother stories. Dude, that would be like a fucking horror story, dude. Cause it's just like the number of times I came home to just insane shit, or not came home, woke up to insane shit, and she was never home anyway when I discovered it. So I just had to piece that shit together. Like around, I think like a month before I debuted, I wanted to bake bread because we were an ingredients household, so to speak, so there was never anything ready to eat. So I wanted to bake bread, some sort of bread, so I decided to make some sort of like banana bread. And after I started baking, I realized there was no flour. There was no flour anywhere. So this is at like maybe 3 p.m. because I woke up at 3 p.m. I think. So that was my breakfast, and I was like, I text her. I'm like, hey, where's the flour at? Of course, there's not going to be a single response back. Of course. Because, like, why would there be? She's going to reply at like 9 p.m. I actually wonder, have I deleted? I wonder if I still have my text with her, because I haven't texted her in like 4 years. I think I would have deleted it, right? Because like I'm scrolling through it now, it's all like spam and confirmation numbers. Yeah, I think I deleted her text. There's just no evidence of the insanity. Anyways, I was kind of hoping I could see like what the last text message was, but I texted her and I was like, hey, where's the flour at? There was no response. I was like, ugh, fuck, let me look up some substitutions. And so I looked up, it said that you can use beans. I said that you can use garbanzo beans. but we didn't have any garbanzo beans. So I looked up substitutions for garbanzo beans and it just said regular beans. And I was like, well, I'm hungry as fuck. So I just got some beans and mashed them up into a flour and then dumped them in my batter. And then I baked it. I made bean bread and oh, it was interesting. And then after I've consumed the bean bread and I have a stomach ache, she texts me and goes, oh, the flour is in the freezer in the garage. Oh, my mistake. I should have checked the freezer in the garage for the pantry item. A silly me. Oh my god, you guys. I'm such an airhead. I don't know why I'm so oblivious to everything. So I ate my bean bread. Joke's on me. The flour was in the garage the whole time in the freezer. Just chilling in there. I don't know. She made me think that was the I'm trying so hard not to laugh while telling these stories, bro, because they're so batshit insane. They're so batshit, bro. And I'm trying not to giggle. I'm trying not to giggle and snicker. So that happened. I ate my bean bread, and I had actually made a new friend this day. And that was his introduction to me, was that I had bean bread for breakfast at 7 p.m. Another example is I think actually yes, I think this was when around the time that the cereal fanfic happened. Because I woke up, I was gonna make some cereal. I think I did have some cereal actually, so it might have not been the cereal fanfic. But lots of possibilities for it to happen again. I open the fridge, I get some milk, and I pour the milk into the cereal, and the milk tastes like a little weird, but I'm like, maybe she got some weird, like, all-natural, unpasteurized milk or some shit. I don't know. Maybe it's garbanzo bean milk. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't taste bad enough to, like, warrant any suspicion, and it didn't smell weird. To my knowledge. And it was like a full carton, I think, so it was like I was like, oh, this is new. This is new milk. So I pour it out, I eat my cereal, and then in 2 hours I get really bad diarrhea, like urgent. And then I give her she texts me, she's like, hey, when you can you do the dishes? And I was like, oh yeah, sorry. I've been fucking stuck in the bathroom for like the past 3 hours. But when I can get up and when my asshole stops fucking melting, I'll get to that. And then she was like, oh, I forgot to tell you. Oh yeah, she didn't say I forgot to tell you. She said also, the milk in the fridge is expired, so don't drink it. And I was like, that might be why I'm on the toilet. So she knew that it was expired and then put it back in the fridge for me. With no note, no text, no nothing. Dude. So not baller sauce, dude. That's so uncool. Where's your swag at? And the second iteration of this is that the funny thing about the third iteration of things that I woke up to just sitting outside in the living area was that she had this really fun type of early onset dementia around the last 2 years that I lived with her, where she would bulk buy ingredients. Not things that you could really eat straight up. As I said, we're an ingredient household, but she would bulk buy ingredients, so many ingredients to where the fridge was full, but you couldn't eat anything in there. And I would come out, of course to her not at home. I think she was at the casino every day, but I would come out to her just not at home, don't know where she is, and there was just a shit ton of something on the counter. Whatever that something was changed from day to day. So for example, one day I woke up, there were 7 cartons of strawberries on the counter. And I think like a shit ton of other stuff. I'm just like, okay. The next day, I wake up, there's 5 pound blocks of cream cheese sitting in the fridge and 5 pints of Greek yogurt. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll get to work on this yogurt. I came out one day, there were 5 loaves of bread, fucking like like muffins in the 20s of 20s, bro. Like 30 muffins, each separately packaged. And I think there was something else. There was like some other types of bread. There was just a shit ton of carbs on the counter. And then one time there was like five gallons of milk in the fridge. Keep in mind, I'm an only child. And my dad works remotely, so he wasn't at home. So it was just me and her, and she was never at home anyways. So it was just me there. And it got to the point, because I hate wasting food, okay? I hate wasting food. So I think I still have the notebook page. I think this is also one of the things that was in the notebook that scared her, is I had a page where I made a list of all of the food that we had, all the weird shit that she had brought home. And then I made a list of like when it would expire, like how much I needed to eat, like per serving size per day to eat it before it expired. So I have a page in that notebook that's just like, Monday, 2 cups of Greek yogurt and 3 apples and 1 whole head of broccoli. And if I just stick to this for the next week, it'll all be gone and it won't be bad. And I can move on to the next pint of yogurt. It's basically how it went. So my diet was really, really strange at this time. Trauma dumping, too much yogurt trauma? Does that even count as trauma? Oh, I had 10 pints of yogurt and 5 loaves of bread. Me too, but I also don't want a stomach ache. Yeah. Dude, it was so weird. The yogurt wasn't horrible, but like, oh, I have like I said, it because this was an everyday occurrence. I just have like too many stories to even share. Like I won't even try. But the ones that I've shared with you today are my personal favorites. Okay, those are the ones that get a little giggle out of me. So I hope it got a little giggle out of you guys. I hope. And with that, we conclude the summary of the battle tendency. What do you guys think? Anyways, I'll get to the slideshow now. I was not intending on that taking so long. Last I checked, it was 16 minutes. But let me go through and make sure I didn't miss any like questions or anything. But yeah, the whole goal of that story was to just validate, because I know that my following is majority men, and I just want to remind you guys to bottle up your mental health problems. Never tell anyone that you're depressed, and never write down that you're depressed on paper because it will be used against you. Never tell anyone how you're feeling, and never that'll help the men's mental health crisis. Anyways, I think that I've gotten through. I don't think I missed any questions. I think someone asked a question with the rules though. Was it that swear words? I'm sorry about your father, Epic Slayer guy. I have daddy issues too. Does anyone else have daddy issues? Daddy issues in the chat. Daddy issues check, raise your hands. Where are my people with absent fathers? Yeah? Maybe, what do you mean? You're like the prime happy household mix. Maybe I've got to know which parent is the person of color. Okay, I think I reread. I think I reread everything. Proceeds to explode violently. Tell no one. So in okay, got it. So in 10 years, I'm gonna take these emotions out on some random innocent people and blame women. Yeah, go down the alt-right pipeline. My dad is mean. My dad is something. I mean, mine's dead, so I guess that counts. What? Why did he do that? What? rude. I can't believe it. Well, shame on him for being an absent father, Meepy. I'm sorry you got stuck the short end of the stick. Oh, these fathers, am I right? Mom is Asian. Well, that's good. I bet the cooking's fire. Question, maybe, are the stereotypes true that they're like super hard on you to like be good in school? Because I remember when I had a Korean boyfriend, his dad was just like, I would rather have a dead son than a son that has bad grades or something like that. It was like crazy. It was horrible. Oh my god, it was also in like Korean. I would always hear him yelling in Korean at his son. And it sounded kind of goofy when he would yell like that. My mom's more chill, but some Asian parents are pretty harsh. God, well that's good. And you're basically Yuri on Ice, so that's cool. Anyways, sorry to yap. I had a lot of yapping I wanted to do last stream, but I had a headache. So all of the talking I wanted to do last stream I couldn't do. It's crazy. Keep in mind the bad grades in question was a B+. Not to fuel like Asian stereotypes, but he got a B+ and in like a math class or something. I don't remember. It was like, I think it was like chemistry, maybe. And it was like his dad just like lost his shit and took his laptop away. And now he's a furry. As expected. Yeah. Well. Alright, I'll get to the Jojo now. Sorry to trap everyone here. Didn't mean to do that. Dude, this is like random as fuck, but I kind of want to make like a true crime style video, but it's just the way that my sister's mom died, because it was like some true crime shit. I'm actually surprised that the true crime people haven't covered that case yet, because it's crazy. Maybe I'll shed some light on it, but I'll have to find more information on it. And to do that, I'll have to talk to her side of the family, which I really don't want to do. I could just lie and fabricate the truth. For views! That always goes well. That always goes great. Nah, I have the OG story memorized. I could probably find, like, the records on it. If I wanted to. How random? Wait, what? Maybe did you follow Hypersonic on Instagram? Okay, I have my slideshow pulled up. And now begin Anime Club. Should I have the BGM? I'll keep the BGM. And then I'll hide my I don't know where it went. The ranks. The ranks in the chat. You guys have to go. Sorry, guys. No more free speech. And then I don't know. Can I keep those up there? Those like, like I'm gonna get rid of them for now. Okay. Seems good. All right. Commence Anime Club. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This actually confused the fuck out of me, because change that. Wait, Meepy government name reveal. I actually didn't know Meepy even had an Instagram. Maybe he's been following me and I just didn't know. I was really confused, like looking up like the episode names for this, because oh, this isn't fit to the screen all the way. I can see bits of pink in the background. That's no good. Okay, that's good. Because when I would look up JoJo Part 2, I forgot that this is like Season 1, but it's in 2 parts. And so I kept looking up JoJo Part 2, because I didn't know the official name yet, like of this arc, I guess. And nothing was coming up, just JoJo Part 3, because I don't think they're actually labeled in parts until Part 3. So I was like so confused, because I kept seeing like the first season. I was like, oh no, that's just with like the first JoJo. I forgot that it's 2 in 1 season, basically. So yeah, I had like a little brain fart there. There's also an, I guess I'll clarify this later, never mind. But I will say, for new people, basically we're just going to go over the episodes, and what we thought of them, like a summary. Each episode on the screen, has a tiny summary, so in case you wanted to jog your memory. But for now, the little summaries I put on the screen, don't really supplement. Like, they're not clear enough to like summarize everything that happened in the episode. So they're not good enough for you to like 100% form an opinion on. It's mainly for people who watched this a long time ago and just want a little jog of what happened. I might change that in the future. But for now, we're gonna go over the episodes, then we're gonna go over the characters, and then we're gonna vote on next week's anime. Which brings me to my tiny mini change. I specified that I thought there might be, that I might want to change the way that we do next week's anime voting. And I've finally come up with a way that I think is cool to do it. So I give everyone an option of three different animes to pick from. And I have decided that I'm going to pick one anime from this season, one anime that is retro, I guess, like an older anime, and then one anime that is popular, like on the top charts. So like One Piece, Dragon Ball, things of that nature. And then so then we'll vote and pick from like those 3 choices, and then you guys are also free to put in your own recommendations when we vote. So that's how I think I'm gonna do it. I'm pretty satisfied with it. And then I'm also brainstorming like new anime club ideas as we speak. So fascism, yeah, fascism! What? Why thinking emoji? You guys don't like it? You guys don't like me? Okay. So, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure commence anime club. So here's the whoopsies. I'm big on the screen. Should I have this screen smaller? It doesn't need to be that big, does it? We evolve over time. Fight the power. I guess I can put at this point. I can put the little chat up there if it's gonna be little. I don't know. Should I? That's goofy. That's stupid. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm getting rid of it. Anyways, so here's the summary of JoJo, in case you forgot what JoJo is about. Silly geese. So we're talking about the battle tendency arc today. We already covered the first, I guess, arc, the first JoJo's era in the last, not the last anime club, the one before this, before the spring and summer season recaps. I couldn't mess with my I couldn't touch the slideshow for a minute. Anyways, it's 27 episodes for this season. I think because it's battle tendency, we technically watched less episodes, and I was torn on if I should change the cover or not, or the like the summary. But I just left it the same because it's basically considered like the same season or like the same anime. Call of the night, just a suggestion. I think I can have up to 4 voting. So I guess we can do 1 popular anime, 1 retro anime, 1 from this season, and 1 chat recommendation. So anyway, this is fall 2012, 26 episodes. It is rated R, 17+. And then I'll read the summary in case the people here have never seen JoJo before. So the year is 1868. English nobleman George Joestar and his son Jonathan have become indebted to Dario Brando after being rescued from a carriage incident. What the Joesters don't realize, however, is that Dario had no intention of helping them. He believed they were dead, and was trying to ransack their belongings. After Dario's death 12 years later, George, hoping to repay his debt, adopts his son Dio. This does not summarize everything that happens in Battle Tendency, but this is the summary of this season for some reason. So I'm gonna go through the episodes, and then we're gonna talk about how we feel, how they made us feel. Big thoughts, big feelings. Got a Made in Abyss edit. What the fuck is a Made in Abyss edit? I don't think Made in Abyss could be edited. It's so strange. So episode 1 of this arc, I think it's episode 11 in the season, but episode 1 of this arc is New York's Jojo. I don't know if the screenshots I picked for each episode 100% line up with the episode, so just a little clarification there. And I think I got all the summaries right to match up with the episodes. But here's the summary. I do want to say, I know a lot of people like Part 3 Jojo or Part 4 Jojo as their favorite Jojo. I think New York Jojo is my favorite Jojo because he's just such a jolly, fun guy. And Part 3 Jojo kind of scares me. Oh, did you watch it, Hyper? Or are you just going based off of like a summary? So, we see New York Jojo introduced. If I remember correctly, he was buying something and then the little black kid stole his wallet or something, and then the little black kid experienced racism via cops, and then Jojo was like, hey, racism's wrong, and then Smokey tags along with them. Joseph's still my favorite. Yeah. Oh, also, this little picture of him down here, you guys can't see my cursor, but the little 3D Jojo, I think that's in the opening, is really funny. I think he looks cool. He's just so spunky. I like Joseph's character, but I like Jotaro's aura forming. Aura maxing. Part 2 and 4 are my faves. I love Josuke's English VA. He died? Well, why'd he do that? He's JoJo's VA. He's basically JoJo. He can't die. But yeah, I like this JoJo a lot. And then we're introduced to like his grandma. For a while, I for some reason thought that she was his mom, and then I just kept like forgetting that she was his grandma. I forgot that we did a little skip. We did a little skip of like that whole like part of the family tree. I don't know why I blinked there. His father and his mother, and if I'm correct, his father was the JoJo that died in the war. So we skipped the whole JoJo, and we didn't even get an anime about it. Oh, cheap asses! So we skipped a JoJo, and then he fucked somebody, and now we got this guy. So that's where we're at. And then we have the Game Master. Is this the episode where Smokey's introduced? Am I wrong? I forgot to put Speedwagon in the character list. Oh, drat. Didn't something happen to Speedwagon in the beginning? Like he got like tied up or something. And then like in this episode, are the Pillarmen introduced in episode 2? There's a fan-made spin-off of the JoJo we skipped before. I had no fucking way. Like animated or like comic? Ozen? Oh yeah, Ozen. Penguin Nutbuster Boy has a crush on Ozen. Oh my gosh, you guys both said the same thing. You guys are so in sync. You guys should start like holding hands or something. Ah, his name was Billy? That's why. He didn't have JoJo in his name, so he had to die. He didn't have the aura. I forgot. Okay, I think around this point the Pillarmen are introduced. Okay, when I watched this episode for the first time, I was watching it with Armani. And he was watching it on like Teleshare or something. And I think like it wasn't synced up, so we were both watching like different times. And thought that we were watching the same thing. And then I think we watched it a second time, and I just remember the Pillarmen scared the shit out of me, and I remember their butt cheeks were out. Take that back, that was quite disrespectful. What do you mean? Saying he had like aura for, or like having, for voicing Jojo? Oh wait, Billy comments? Dude, I thought you were talking about the Jojo that was the dad of this Jojo. Because I said, wasn't there a Jojo? Wasn't there a Jojo in this show? Oh my god, I'm gonna get cancelled. I was like, oh yeah, wasn't there a Jojo we skipped that like died? And then you were like, yeah, Billy, he died of cancer. I was like, oh, it's because he wasn't named Jojo. That's why we skipped to this one. I didn't realize you were talking about his voice actor. Oh my god. I was so confused. I was like, what? When I first saw the Pillarmen, it was actually scary for me. Dude, it scared the shit out of me. And then, like, they're in Mexico when that happened, so, like, I'm always scared not to be, like, anti-indigenous, but, like, any, like, scary things themed around, they're kind of like Maya, Inca, Aztec themed, like, in that region, the way the Pillarmen look. Anything like that theme scares me. I don't know why. Okay, I knew you weren't that cruel. My mental disorders was flared up for a second. Yes, I love bullying people who are dead. That's my favorite thing to do. Yeah, they're really scary. They also just like sliced that one dude in half. Also, when wait, was Joseph's little friend introduced yet? Okay, this is the episode they're in. This is the episode they're introduced in. I forgot I put this picture here. Like, why did they do that? Why'd they walk through them? The war is just too strong. They just slice everyone in half. What if there's like a penis on here and I just put like actual hentai porn on the screen, but I can't tell because all the muscles are so detailed. It just all looks the same. So this is where I think this is where the Pillarmen are there. When Joseph and his little friend strike that pose when they're mad, I think it's this episode, they strike a pose, they're like, I won't allow this ever. It's hard as fuck, bro. It's amazing. I love when they strike the Jojo pose. So anyway, the scary guys are introduced. And here we are. And we have Jojo versus the ultimate life form. This is wait, is this even one of the Pillarmen? Am I confused? Santana. The pose was sick, especially when they had beef. Hell yeah. Can someone fill me on Santana again? For some reason I thought this was a Pillarman he was fighting. Is this the one? Wait, is this the guy that like squishes into weird shapes or something? He like contorts himself? Or am I thinking wrong? Santana is one of them, though he's not part of the main three. Oh, that's why I was confused. For some reason I thought there was only 3. Plus like the fourth. The fourth that I think this is the 4th. But there was also one that showed them to the Pillarmen in the first place, I think. I could be wrong. So that happens. Anyway, Ultimate Warriors from ancient times. We're in Washington. I kind of forgot that. I forget that we're in America. You can go inside of other people. Vor and unbirthing? Santana contorts himself into one of the vents and does other weird stuff. Yeah, it's freaky. So scary. Sorry to bring back this convo from many minutes ago, but from what I've seen, Ozen seems fine because tall and strong. But since the show is messed up, I gotta know if she likes kids, because I hope she don't. I hate to break it to you, bro, but your theory is correct. She does really weird shit to her. A girl who is also a boy, who's also a maid, who's also a child. Pillarmen are like a race or something, I don't know. So we're racist? Yeah, we get to Caesar! Yeah, his little bestie. Another one you were thinking was Strizo, not Pillarmen. Oh, here we go. He was over here. Yeah, Strizo, okay. I really wish the Pillarmen race had a name, but they just don't. They're just I thought they were just the Pillarmen. That's so interesting. So we have Caesar now. I'm assuming this is, wait, is this the episode where they strike that badass pose? For some reason I thought it was in the last one. I feel like I'm kind of flying through episodes. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say about the show up to this point? Santana is alive! Oh yeah, they were using that light shit to keep them dormant. It didn't work out too well. Either it's this episode or the next episode. Caesar, or like the cool thing you want to say. And then they have like, isn't Caesar like a little player? I also can't tell what race Caesar is supposed to be. Because he kind of looks like Dio. But he has like this kind of like Native American hat. The beef between them was funny. He was just too good with the ladies. Santana is never actually skilled. He's just perpetually kept in stone after they defeat him. Or killed, not skilled. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect the third race to show up. Oh yeah, there's Nazis in this season. Caesar is Italian. Oh. Caesar salad? Was Caesar Roman or Greek? I forget. Julius. So anyway, Mark dies, and wait, Wamu one of the Pillarmen? Yeah, there he is. Okay, I was right. Whoopsies. Spoilers. So he fights him, and if I'm correct, he gets his shit beat. Caesar's a Zeppeli. Really? A Zeppeli? I for some reason thought that like Lisa was a Zeppeli. Wami cars. Or Wamu cars. AC/DC. Yeah, Ichi, yeah. Why yeah? Hey, are you saying he got his shit rocked? Okay, here's where Lisa's introduced. Oh no, I didn't update the summary for this one. I'm sorry. Basically, Jojo, he's a Zeppeli. Oh, I see. Lisa's Joseph's mom. We haven't gotten to that yet. For some reason, I thought she was like a descendant of Zeppeli, and then she fucked Joseph's dad. And I also thought that like she just was like the trainer of Caesar. If that makes sense. I don't know why I thought that. I thought it was because she was so skilled. I was like, oh, it's because she's a Zeppeli. Anyway, Lisa's here. Or, yeah, Lisa's here. I said that alright. Does she make them get on the oiled up pole in this episode? He's using his powers too fast. I thought that too. Okay, I'm not alone in this. Angels like me. But yeah, he's using his power too fast. And Caesar's a little cooler than Jojo at this point. Does she make them? No, I think it's this episode. I think she makes them climb the pole here. Your breathing is wrong? Me? What? Or them? She makes them climb the pole, and then Caesar's climbing the pole pretty well, but Joseph can't. Jojo can't climb the pole. Joseph? Jojo. Jonathan, I think? Wait, which Jojo is this? Joseph? Jonathan. I think Jonathan. Oh, Joseph? Okay. My bad. I can't believe I forgot. So they climb the pole. It's really funny. For me. Caesar is more experienced, so he's aura farming as much as he can. Yeah, Caesar's kind of hot. And then this is the deeper plan episode. And I think Lisa is kind of insane. That was just my impression. Let me know if you guys got the same vibe. Does she know that she's Jojo's mom? Like, is there ever like a cute maternal moment between them at all? Now they fight Yusadisi, I think. I think so? Cause I feel like she didn't say it, like he didn't know. He didn't know she was his mom, so he's trying to see her naked. But yeah, he's trying to become the ultimate life form, and then he starts summoning animals out of his hand. And I think he can also become animals. And also people? Or is that ECTC? He possesses the maid. Him, I think? Or does another Pillarman do that? The maid gets possessed. There's something inside of her. And I thought that it was him because he has these powers. I mean, Joseph doesn't know at this point. I see. No, Cars is the animal man. Oh, my bad. I don't know how I mixed them up. Ah, okay, ECTC possesses the maid. I thought that it was like... For some reason I was like, oh, maid possession and animals go hand in hand. Everyone does both of those. If they can do one, they can do the other. I see. Alright, Von Stroheim's Revenge. I forgot to put the Russian translation next to this because it is a lot of text. But for these summaries, there's not that much. So I feel bad. I'm still brainstorming how to make the slides as inclusive as possible while also not being a cluttered mess. Give me ideas, but last time I had Russian translation on here. Yeah, and Joseph cracks the maid later. No fucking way, dude. You can see how he's looking at her right now. Oh my god, there was foreshadowing, bro. Look how they're looking at each other. And then she's using her finger to pull her lip down. Holy shit, bro. There were signs, bro. There were signs and we never knew. Susie Q. Yes, Susie Q. I don't remember much that happens in this episode. Other than Susie Q being possessed. And I think he gets information from Susie Q, or no? Oh yeah, they do some weird shit. They rip him out of her. And then... Do they use her to get information on him? You'll love him and Susie and Perfor. They're great. Wow, I cracked the maid. I can't believe this. Isn't Jack the Ripper in this season? Like, didn't they just, like, throw him in there because he's working with Dio, or am I wrong? Is Dio even in this season? Am I thinking of season 3? Cause me and Armani started watching season 3 together. Is that what I'm thinking of? Part 1. Okay, I'm not confused. It already happened. I get confused because we're talking about the same season, but 2 different stories. Oh yeah, Dio's not in this season. Yeah, he's still at the bottom of the ocean, still. Nowhere, my bad. I can't believe I slipped up like this. For some reason, I kept thinking that he was just like causing all of this in the background subtly. I thought that his bad vibes were like causing everything to happen. I don't know why I thought that. I guess because that's just the way he is and he just always comes back. Dude, when I first saw this picture, I thought this was just like a massive robot schlong. Like, I didn't realize his waist was so low there. I was like, holy shit. I believe the Nazi he becomes an android, basically. Or no, he becomes a cyborg. Cyborg, not android. They're different. They're different things. How I know that? No reason. A race towards the brink. I still can't, cause like, I thought that like when I saw Caesar and he had the feather and like the pattern in his hair and then the paint on his face, I was like, oh, this is a really shitty attempt at a Native American. Yeah, Stroheim comes back and he's a cyborg. Ah! I'm throwing things. Everything's falling over. Okay. Stroheim comes back, the Germans. And he's a cyborg now. I forget there's like a little sub-battle with the Nazis and then also the Pillarmen. There's a lot of triangle conflict going on here. Yes, cyborgs and androids are different. For example, you're an android and Stroheim is a cyborg. You got one part of that sentence wrong, buddy. Young Caesar! When I saw the episode title, I was like, this looks like a rap name. This looks like a rap name. He's starting a rap career. Young Caesar. Also, why does Caesar look so Asian in this picture? I can't tell. Because like if you look at older Caesar and you look at the kids around him, they all have double eyelids, but Caesar's eyelids were deliberately erased. But when he's an adult, they come back. So I was a little confused as to what race he is throughout this. Caesar's backstory before he just gets fucking murdered. Wasn't his dad like kind of sweet though? Like look at how he's looking here. I mean, Caesar turned out pretty cool though still. It's a shame Caesar couldn't crack the man before Jojo did. 100 against 2. Dude, this thing, this creature up here, this spiky shit, looks like a BDSM stand. But we don't have stands till later. Yeah, that was sweet, and then killed by the Pillarmen while they're still on the pillar. Oh my god. It was like to stop Caesar from doing something, I believe. Wait. Okay, for some reason I got the episode confused. As I said, sometimes the pictures won't align. I do my best to find pictures from the episodes, but I think they're all good here. I think I did a good job. I think I'm okay. Caesar! He puts his little headband on here. Any thoughts so far? I think Caesar might die here. I think he's dead. In this episode. Sorry if I sound confused. I'm just trying to remember which specific episodes everything happened in. I need to start taking notes and shit. So I have notes of like, this happened in this episode, and here's what I think about it. But I'm just not that organized of a person. I need to start, and I've been wanting to have an anime journal, so maybe this will be my reason to start one finally. He died. That makes me sad. He was like my favorite character in this part. And then we have a true warrior. Wait. Yeah. A true warrior. Is this where... No, this isn't where it happened. Never mind. Very big and emotional death. Side with one was pretty cool though. Yeah, I think he got the ring and then he was like, I'm gonna hold this for Jojo. And then Jojo was like, no, I'm not gonna take this. I'm not gonna take this till... Or not the ring, but like... The, antidote for the ring in their throat. The death ring. And then he's like, I'm gonna hold this for Jojo. This is what I died for. So did you watch all parts or is this like your journey? I watched this with Armani and I rewatched it for Anime Club. But I only just started episode, like part 3 with Armani and we haven't finished it yet. Armani has seen all the parts though. And then Jojo's like, I'm not gonna take this until I beat him. For you, Caesar. And I'm just like, bro, Caesar died so you could have that. Just take it. Take it, dumb dude. That's what your friend died for. But whatever. That's the way that Jojo wants to do things. Dude, this guy pissed me off, dude. He pissed me off because he's ugly. It's an honor thing, I guess you're right. And Caesar knew that Jojo was honorable. Bro starts peeling away at his body. Me when I peel my lip skin off. We're gonna Armani be slapping. Slacking. We're not slapping. There's no slapping here. We should just watch Jojo and VC sometimes. Trust, maybe. Mama's pretty cool though. Like how honorable he is as a fighter. Was he the one that was like, yes, you can go train for a month and then come back? Or was that the guy that had the antidote in his hair? Cars super hot though. I don't like any of the Pillarmen. I hate them all. Those Wanmu. I see. Movie slash maybe. Sounds fun. I've been wanting to like stream like movies and stuff on Twitch so we all can watch it together. Alright. The ties that bind Jojo. I would like to say they drew the black people in this show really well. They drew them nicely. So you're leaving Ichi behind? Wow, what a great friend, everyone. Give Armani a round of applause. Yeah, he's watching it so many times without me. I was about to ask him. I was like, man, I gotta ask him if I can finish season 3 with him sometimes. I just neglect him. I'm such a neglectful friend. Anyway, Jojo saves Lisa. I believe. And I believe this is where he finds out she's his mother. Is that his dad? His dad's hot. He's only little there. I forgot what his dad looked like for some reason. Can watch any time, nothing's stopping us. You're right. My bad. I'm placing the blame on you because it's easier. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. Me and Bruno, since we were like 14, we called each other brother and sister. I don't know if that's like cringe or not. And so when we bicker, that's why. It's because we're biological siblings. Because of words that we call each other. She's placing the blame on you because she's a bad friend. Nuh-uh. I'm a great friend. Trust. I don't think it is. The sentiment thing. Where? How? Where? Is it cringe? Hold on, I'm thinking. Alright, let me know. Let me know what you come up with. Anyway, there's a black character here. Smokey. Wait, that's Smokey, right? Oh no, I'm mistaking black people. You're still my sister. Aww. I love you, biological brother. Anyways, they drew Smokey nice. Is Smokey okay? I remember him being just like a short little baby. So maybe seeing him next to a normal guy who's not a JoJo makes him look taller. Dude, he's so ugly. I hate him. Anyway. Wait, this is the animal man. Flesh-eating squirrel? This is so scary. Anyway, Jojo's like, yeah, we're gonna, we're gonna fight, and then the fucking volcano blows up, and then they get blasted to space. Which is like a horrible death, because I think technically Cars is still alive. He's just frozen in space. He might be dead. Your family is southern. I'm noticing. Hashtag leave me alone. She's pretty and I didn't talk to me. Ew! Teen Ichigo's like ugly. I think I'm still ugly, actually. I look ugly as fuck right now. I do not take care of my appearance. Hi, Ichi. Привет, cactus. Cactus. Yeah, Cars is indeed still alive, just floating forever through space. That's so scary, bro. For what? Why are we punishing him again? For being evil? But by whose definition of evil? I can't blame you, Armani. She's pretty cool. I don't know. Back in 2018, I was pretty cringe. I mean, maybe everyone was. 2018 was pretty cringe meme time. What a horrible... Cause not only did he burn alive, he instantly got frozen in space. He was gonna try to take over the world and humanity and stuff. Oh, I see it. I guess it's okay then. He's just out there in space forever. Put him in my freezer. Is he sad that his other two buddies were defeated? The Ascendant one. So Jojo gets frozen in space. I don't remember how he came back. How he survived this. But they're all like, he's dead. They have a funeral. He's been secretly being tended to by the maid he cracks. If he cracked her yet, I'm not sure. But then he shows up at his own funeral. And he's like, I'm still alive. And also, I'm dating my maid. And we fucked. Yeah, it was pretty cringe in 2018 too. And 2019 and 2020. And you get to just... Yeah. Not eat the popsicles at Armani's house. It's called carsicles. Found him. Did he just fall? He just fall back to Earth like Icarus? Joe fell into the ocean and was rescued by a passing fishing boat. Okay, so he wasn't like too far out in space yet. What a crazy story. There's a rock under him as he's falling back to Earth. That's the explanation the show gives. Very strange. Absolutely insane father lore, bro. The first JoJo in space. Did the JoJo bros ever go back to space, or is that just it? That's that's as outer worldly as they get. Anyway, so it gives us a little like, oh look, there's another JoJo next. Another one has been created, and that's the last episode, I think. Yeah, that's the last episode. What do you guys think? Any thoughts? Any feelings? I can't believe it's 11 p.m. 11:20 already. Actually, no, I don't think anyone goes back to space. Hey, yo, Jojo Rider, I forgot his name. Jojo Rider, we need a space arc. Big brain, I'm tapping my head right now. I really need like a full body 3D model so you guys can see all the really weird mannerisms I do. Big brain. I love it. Very cool. Yeah, amazing non-biased ratings. Part 2 is pretty great. Love Joseph BSing his way through his fights. Really charismatic and smart. I forgot to say, I loved the part where they dressed up as women. I really liked that. It was funny. Good for them. I think the German soldiers got bored since the season was over and they all went home. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Bored Germans is always a peaceful world. Sorry, I was locked in for a second. My piercing was loose, so I was like tightening it very apprehensively, and it wasn't going very well. So I got really scared, but it's fixed now. Speedwagon dies of a heart attack, by the way. No! I thought he was already dead, though. I thought he died in this season. And we already mourned him. I just hate change. I hate seeing characters that we know and love go away and die. I guess that's the nature of a show like this, where they age and progress and stuff. Same with Avatar. He dies after the season's over off screen. Oh, I see. I think I'm thinking of Joseph 3. Or not Joseph, Jojo 3, because he's already dead there. So I've already coped with these emotions. Alright, next, I'm gonna have us go over the characters and what we think. I think I definitely missed a bunch of important characters, but I think I just feel like the main four here. So we have Joseph, Jojo, Joestar. What do you guys think? You guys already know he's my favorite Jojo at this point. From the 3 Jojos I've seen, he is my favorite. At this point in time. I think he's very funny. He's funny? Yeah, he is fun. Funniest Jojo, is he? Is it 5? Is it 5 that's super popular? Let me see a complete list of all the Jojos. Complete Jojo list. Let me see. We've got... What is this list? I don't recognize anybody. I need a list. I need a list. Stat. Complete Jojo list. Where? Where? I see a list, but the original Jojo isn't on this list. All Jojos in order. Okay, I found a picture. I see the original. I see the one we're talking about. I see the scary Jojo. Wait, this Jojo with the Yakuza hair. I completely forgot that he exists. And then there's that blonde guy. And then the girl. The girl's hot. I think that the blonde guy might be my favorite in the future because that's the season that everybody glazes. Part 5 is popular in general. I see. Really dub Joseph as Mega Man in 11? At least from what I'm seeing. No way. He might be actually. He sounds kind of young here, his voice. Part 5 is pretty good. That's some of my favorite stands in the series. I'm really excited to see Narancha. I used to pronounce it Narnancia. But it's Narancha. I like Narancha a lot. Blonde one is being animated soon, probably next year. No, the blonde one that's like has like the swirly hair in part 5, I mean. It only went up to the girl on the list that I saw. It only went up to the girl guy. Elena? Not Elena. I don't think. Narancha is fun. Fighter just seems cool. Part 5 is a fantastic lineup. We've got the torture dance. That's always great. Jolene, yeah, Jolene. I don't know why I forgot they have to have Joe in their name. I can't believe I forgot that. Lisa. Thoughts on Lisa. I think she was kind of a silly lady. I liked her oiled up pole training method. Me like part 2 and 4 most. I completely forget that part 4 exists, like actually like a lot. Like a lot. Her name is Keishiriqua. Are you sure? What is her race? And what is her friend's race? Because her friend had braids. She's cool and badass. She's cool, very strong harmonious. Could have been utilized a bit more in the part. Was a fun addition to the crew. Her friend? Is Keishiriqua an actual name? In the show? Oh, you're talking about Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm so stupid. Joseph, Mom. Thank you for clarifying, Jun. And when you say out loud, what? Keishiriqua? I'm talking to Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm such an airhead. Alright. Next, Caesar. I'm the #1. Caesar Glazer. Joliena's Japanese, British, Italian, and her friend is Mexican. Jesus, we've got a group project over here. Italian though, Italian on top, Italian on top. Anyway, I like Caesar. Y'all already know Caesar's very funny. He's a funny guy. Can we get all the Caesar Glazers in the chat? Can we get all the Caesar Glazers in there? I don't know what emoji to use for Caesar Glaze. Salad emoji, go. Alright, I like Caesar, y'all already know. And Smokey! I think naming the only black character Smokey Brown is a little goofy. It's a little something. But they made his features right. And other than that, he's not a racist character. Caesar's got a fun dynamic with Joseph. His bubble cutter technique is an interesting use of Hamon. And is also sadly the first step we see until part 7. Okay, that reminds me of something that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. And it is going to take me 10 minutes to an hour to explain. Are you guys ready? It's actually it's something that sounds fucking insane and it makes me sound insane. But I trust that this is a safe place and I can share it with you guys. I'm so ready. I don't think you guys are ready because it's batshit insane. But no, it's not me who's insane. It's not me who's insane. The other person's insane in this story. You guys know it's crazy when I warn you guys. No, I think I can summarize it in 10 minutes. So I desire to hear. Well, I'm so glad. On the topic of fun dynamics, I have a not so fun dynamic that I was a part of. And because it's over now, I can explain it in depth. Because I think I'm safe now, alright? I think I'm safe. So to tell the story, I'm gonna have to change some names, okay? I'm gonna have to change some names. Actually no, I have to get my story straight first in the first place. Give me a minute, I have to lock the fuck in. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. I'm right, I ain't a liar. I ain't no liar, I ain't never told a fib. I'm sorry, you guys don't know what the fuck I'm talking about yet. Okay. So, dude, this is gonna go so crazy out of context. I gotta make myself big, okay? Because I'm the center of attention right now. Okay, to preface the lore of this story, he becomes the mayor, so it's okay. Okay, I'm so glad. What is IIRC? I don't know. This is my first time saying this on stream. Because I could never say it. Because I had a stalker. I had a stalker that made my streams not a safe space. So I'm kind of shaking saying it out loud on stream now. But I think this is a safe place now because I think the stalking is done. Wait, do you watch Jojo? I do. Oh, who? I can't say her name. But I'm gonna give her a fake name. But to start the story, we need to go back. We need to go back to middle school. Was it Bob? No, it was worse. It was a white woman. We need to go back to middle school, okay? We need to go back to middle school. So in middle school, I came across a rather pretty cute girl who was very nice. We were both waiting to be picked up, and we both had the same coat on. And I was like, "Hey, we both have the same coat on. That's funny." And she was like, "Yeah, my mom got it for me." And so that's what we bonded with each other over. Is that we were so similar. Little did I know, this would be a reoccurring theme that she was very careful to make sure continued for the next 10 years. And I'm not a petty person. If someone wants to be me, I don't really give a shit. I don't give a shit at all. Until it overstepped a stalking boundary I have. I have 3 different stalkers, okay? 3 different ones. How many JoJo part you watch? I have just started part 3. I haven't finished part 3 yet. So we're in middle school. We become friends. We're pretty good friends. She is in my friend group, but she's not my best friend, okay? But my best friend and I are in this friend group of 4 girls, I and 3 others. And we're all kind of weirdos. We're like the theater kids. We're the choir kids. We're the acting kids. That shit, alright? The art kids. That stuff. The anime kids. We're the only anime kids at school at this point in time. So we all get along. It's pretty great. This is the friend group that we like to oil up and give each other naked massages at slumber parties. So we were pretty close, right? Oh god, where did it start? So I'm trying to think of the first social media I ever made. So she wasn't in... I was a My Little Pony person, okay? I was an avid My Little Pony fan. Still am, but like at this point, this was all I was interested in at the time. So I loved My Little Pony. And so I made a... I got her into My Little Pony. I was like, yo, you gotta make a pony, so you gotta start drawing ponies. It's a whole thing. You've got to make one. And so I was like, hey, I have this whole online friend group that likes My Little Pony too. God. This is cringy. I hope my friends don't get mad at me for dragging this shit up. So I have this whole online friend group of people that like My Little Pony too. And then so I had a DeviantArt account, right? And so I introduced her to my friend group. At the time, I only talked to one person from this friend group anymore. That's kind of sad. I had a whole online friend group. Let me see if I can remember the names. There was Sparky. Oh god, I don't remember their names. I think one was raccoon themed. And then there is my artist now. So something came out of this slightly cringy DeviantArt era. Anyway. So I was like, hey, you gotta make a DeviantArt account. I actually don't think I told her. I might have. I was like, you should make a DeviantArt account. I had a DeviantArt account. My friends had a DeviantArt account. And she made a DeviantArt account. Do you remember the group of Roblox F3s? I don't. I can't believe I've forgotten this. Can you fill me in? So she makes a DeviantArt account. And I gave her, I have this habit of giving my friends nicknames that they keep forever, even after we're not friends anymore. For example, Bruno, this is a nickname I gave to Armani, and he still goes by this. Same with her, she still goes by this name to this day. So I gave her a little fake nickname, and she kept it. So this was her DeviantArt account, and we would both post our shitty art. Hers wasn't shitty, mine was shitty. We would both post her art, maybe cringy art, I don't know. And then, this thing of her making social media accounts after me on the same platforms, never went away. All throughout our whole lives, basically. I thought it was over. It's not over. It never ended. So I'm not like an immature person to where I even care about that stuff up till the point that it hit recently, I guess. So now like around the time I'm 13, I make a Google Plus account. God forbid I make a Google Plus account. And then she finds out that I use Google Plus. So she makes a Google Plus account. And back at the time I'd be like, oh, my friends and I made Google Plus accounts is how I would have said the story, but now I think it was deliberate. So that's why I'm using such incriminating language like found out and copied me, things like that. I don't just immediately assume people are trying to copy me, is what I'm saying. I'm not like a weirdo. I don't assume that people like me because why would somebody want to be me? Like, what the fuck? I'm not very cool. So at the time I was just like, oh yeah, why wouldn't my friends make social media accounts like me? the thing about me is that I had like a I guess like a personal like blog account, and then I had a meme page. And she made both. She made a personal vlog account where she posted the same genre of content that I did, and she also had like an alt account of the same manner. And then around the time that like Amino comes around, I make an Amino account. Guess what she makes? An Amino account. And I don't really care because it's like I want to have my friends on the same social media that I have, so I didn't care. It's around when we became like 15. I think she was older than me. My friend group was older than me. I was younger. I was the youngest, I think. It was around the time that she became 15. We became 15, I guess, not her. I was 15. Around the time that TikTok became popular, I made a TikTok account. And my genre of content, actually, scratch that. It was Musical.ly before this. I made a Musical.ly account where I made very shitty, cringy Musical.ly videos, and sometimes comedy. And she made an account doing the same thing. Important thing to point out about the specific genre of accounts that she was making in the same niche that I was, is that on Google Plus, I had a really cringy anime name with Chan at the end of it, and she had a similar aesthetic, I guess. She had a similar aesthetic. And then when I made a Musical.ly account, this was just an account I had that was like my real name, and people from school followed it, and it was like a real life account. And she did the same thing where she didn't use her online alias, and she used her real name as well. So she was sticking to what I was doing very closely, and then I didn't care for Musical.ly anymore. I kind of deleted it, and then TikTok came around, and so I made a TikTok doing that meme content that was popular in 2018. And the algorithm had changed a bit, so my videos did pretty well. Like I had quite like a following, not like anything large, but like I had some bangers in there. I made probably about like 5 TikToks a day, usually around like meme content, like maybe I'll be Tracer shit, what are you doing step bro shit, because that's what the memes were about back then. Just really like oh, I'm converting into thoughtism like style. I don't know, you guys know what 2018 was about, like that shit. Just watch like a 2018 TikTok cringe reaction. Why do good girls like bad guys? It was basically that. But like I put effort into it. Like I always wanted to be a content creator from a young age. That was my dream, and that was my passion at the time. I had one friend, a mixed guy, and we talked almost every day at recess. Well, I'm glad that the mixed guy was nice to you. So I took it seriously, and I had like a tiny following on there. And like I was duetting. I was doing collabs with bigger creators that also made meme content. Like I took it pretty seriously for what it was. Like it was just like funny shit. It wasn't stressing me out or anything. But I was thinking of like TikTok ideas and writing them down, like meme ideas, joke ideas, some ideas I could make for TikToks. And then we're getting around the point where it's like the furry gamer war, okay? We're making furry gamer war content. The gamers have to fight the furries, alright? And around this time, she makes a TikTok account. And at the time, I had like a meme-y name. My name was like Meme-ish, and she makes a similar meme-ish name. She starts making kind of similar content, like edgy, angsty meme, dank meme content as me. If we're noticing a theme, and she was really upset that her content wasn't doing the same numbers as mine was. So I was like, hey, don't fret. I've got this whole notebook of like ideas that I can share with you, right? I don't even remember what they were at this point. I gave her two of my like quote unquote like scripts. It was just like, you know, like 8-second TikToks. It wasn't anything crazy. But I was like, here's some of my scripts. Here's some ideas I've come up with. maybe these will be good. Here, you can have some of these. So she makes a video with one of my script ideas. That one does pretty good, like 7K views. So now she's getting on my level, right? And I was really happy for her. And then I give her another one which has to do with the furry gamer war. And she makes a video on it and it does pretty good. And then so I'm like, hey, we should collab. So I duet her and we make a TikTok together, and that one does pretty good. So both of ours are doing pretty good. Mine gets removed for some reason. Mine's taken down. It's whatever. Hers stays up, and I think that because I duetted it, it kind of gave it more traction because my followers saw it and went to the original. But that shit blows up. Like it was all over my feed. Not that I care, but it was all over my feed. Like it was in meme compilations. And this was on a school night, right? So she posted it when we got home from school. We're all doing our homework. She was updating the group chat with every 100 likes. I think. Like every 100 likes, she was like, oh, I'm at 200 likes now. I'm at 500 likes now. It was like this, but every 100 likes. And she was getting into like obviously when something blows up that fast, like on TikTok, to this day, it's like the likes are coming in. Like you refresh, you have like another 100. So it was like constant like updates, like oh, I have so many likes, and she was like being like sarcastically arrogant. But at this point, it's like 9 p.m. on a school night. I'm like, can you please be quiet? Like it's getting to a point, bro. And like we were saying, like, oh, congrats, oh my gosh, congrats. And then it's like you can only say congrats so many times, right? So we're like, oh my gosh, congrats. And then I'm like, hey, it's getting kind of repetitive. And then my other friends like yeah, it's getting to a point, bro. And then she's like, ugh, you guys are just jealous. I was like, whoa. That's a bold assumption coming from somebody who only ever does things after I do them, and who needed my help to get here. And then of course her following was going up at this point, and she surpassed me in followers. And then she would not let me hear the end of it. She was like, look, I have 4,000 followers now. Look at that, Ichigo. I was like, and this is what irked me the most, because even at this point, I always valued my followers like from a young age. Like I've always been like, followers are people, every single number is a person, and I'm very grateful to have them around. And her counting her followers like people really irked the shit out of me. And I explained that to my friend. I was like, hey, that pisses me off a lot, because these are people wanting to support her, and she's just like bragging about them in a group chat. Because I don't think at any point in my life I have ever bragged about like views or followers or shit like that. And I've had my fair share of shit like go viral in the past, as I've said, on like various accounts, because I had multiple little niches I did when I was younger. And I don't think I've ever felt the need to brag. So this is the start of our falling out, alright? And I was like, hey, shut the fuck up. Like I just couldn't take it anymore. And then she was like, oh my god, I was literally depressed, and TikTok is making me not depressed anymore, and you're trying to take it from me. I was like, oh my god, I can't do this anymore. You know what? We're not friends anymore. Goodbye. I'm done. And I think my friends thought that I was just having a moment, like I was just like impatient and I'm gonna come back the next day. Nope. I stayed solid on that shit because I got a taste of what she could become in the future, and I wanted out, bro. I wanted out. At the time, like we were good enough friends, like she was like fair. She had her own share of like issues, but at the time, I think I did a really good job at just like calling it and leaving. But at that point, I thought it was over, bro. But because she stayed, so my best friend, who was mutual friends with her, stopped talking to her for like a week, and then became friends with her again. And I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, you can't be friends with anybody I don't like. It's just kind of like, why would you? If why would you be friends with somebody who's wronged me? But at this point, it wasn't that severe yet, so I don't really care. The cool thing about her though is that she would try and like fight with me via my best friend at the time, and be like, haha, I got her in my lunch hour and you have to eat lunch alone. That sucks. Oh, I called dibs on her to hang out with her on the 4th of July. And I was like, why are we calling dibs? What the fuck? Why can't we just like hang out like normal people together? Maybe something like that. Something not so immature, possibly. But she remained this way. And then randomly she would just like try to start arguments through my best friend. She'd be like, hey, she wants to know why you disagreed with her in 8th grade. Like random shit like that. Like I would just get a text. I would just be trying to enjoy my Saturday evening, and I'd get a text from my best friend like, hey, she wants to know why you guys had that argument in 9th grade. And the thing about my best friend is she had no backbone at all. Past best friend. We're actually gonna get to the reason why she's not my best friend in a little bit anymore. But she has no backbone, and she'll just be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just so shy, I just can't say no. And that's like her only personality trait, is being shy to the point where it hinders my way of life, is a reoccurring thing that happens. But so I'd be like, she told you to ask that, didn't she? And she'd be like, yeah, but I also want to know too. And so there's this dynamic of my best friend being a shy pushover, being friends with somebody who doesn't like me and is constantly pressuring her to do things through her to get to me, is a reoccurring theme. So, I was never big on social media. TikTok came and went, and it wasn't so popular around this point in time for the meme stuff that I was using it for. It kind of became more of like a genuine social media. So I left the platform. I didn't really care. I was never like obsessed with it like she was. And of course she plateaued because I wasn't giving her scripts anymore, and then she just like quit and abandoned her fan base. This is a reoccurring thing, by the way, where she copies what I do, gains a fan base, uses them for bragging points, and then just leaves and doesn't tell them where she's going. So that's cool. So what? We don't talk for a while. I think we ran into each other at like birthday parties, and I promised my best friend, I was like, hey, you never have to worry about me like making you choose between which one of us to hang out with. I'm fine with sucking it up and like going to your birthday party. It's fine. Like I wouldn't start any shit. There's nothing to start. Like we're all mature and shit. I thought. So I even drove this girl home, and we had like a pretty nice drive home. Some guy flashed his brights at me and we both screamed and I almost ran off the road. It was great. I drove her home, and her mom was also insane, so we also kind of both bonded over that. So we kind of don't talk. It's all fine and good. As I said, I was never big on social media. Especially social media that had like my real name and face in it. But I was like 16. I was like, hey, I was kind of becoming a normal teenager at this point. This was right before my health problems got worse. So I used to be a weird kid. I kind of reconverted into normalcy, and I was dating like a football player in high school, and I was in track and field, and I was a good student, and I was normal. So I was like, hey, I'm gonna make an Instagram account. Yeah, I'm gonna make an Instagram account. And so the one thing I told my best friend was, don't give anybody my Instagram account. I don't want anybody having my Instagram account unless I give it to them. Okay. And then I get a follow notification from her, the girl, the white woman, and I go, hey, why did she follow me? And why is she looking at my stories? And then she goes, oh, I don't know. She asked if you had an Instagram account, so I gave it to her. I was so fucking pissed, bro, because for those who don't know the best friend lore, at this point in time, she was already on thin ice because she dated my boyfriend while I was in the hospital. Like some evil shit, right? So she was already on thin ice trying to work her way back up, like in trust points with me. And then I just said, all I could say to her was, why would you do this to me? That's all I could say. Because it's like, why? Why did that happen? But I was like, I was so pissed, bro, that I said, don't ever say my name again, because you clearly can't handle the privilege of even talking about me in a sentence without it screwing me over in some sort of manner. It's like you being associated with me fucks up my way of life. And I don't even know what you're doing. So I was like, in fact, don't mention me ever again. Because you clearly can't handle the privilege of saying my name out loud, is what I said to her. I was so pissed. And so I blocked this girl. Right? She oh my god. She there were I set my account to private. And I get a notification of an Instagram account trying to follow me, and I almost said the N-word. This N-word's name was Kawaii Anime 5. Kawaii Anime 5. You talk about my ghost smoky brown? No, we're talking about interesting dynamics. Right now. And I was like, wow, I wonder if Kawaii Anime 5 is a real person. The profile picture was like one of the first anime girls you get as a result when you look up like anime girl. And so I give the profile a little peek. I'm like, I wonder who this is. She's following my best friend and the other girl's account. And I'm like, bro. So I block it. And then this is not. I'm getting to the craziest part very soon. Actually, no. There's two crazy parts. So I'm like, hey, I don't really appreciate her trying to follow my account. Can you just tell her to knock it off? She goes, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll tell her to knock it off. What? XD. It's not even venting. It's just a story because it's funny. It's a funny story. And I've been keeping it a secret from you guys because it's about to get really crazy really quickly, to the point where I was scared to even mention it on stream. So I moved to Japan, right? I'm living in Japan. And I don't remember how I found this out. But the boyfriend that I had in high school, she is dating currently. And I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. It's funny how it worked out that way. At this point in time, I hadn't pieced together that she had been strategically doing everything I do for the last 8 years. So when I saw this, I wasn't like mad or anything. I was just like, oh, I'm so happy for them. The weird thing about him though is that he dated me, and then he dated another girl who I was friends with, and now he's dating her. So I don't know if he's trying to recreate me, and I know for a fact that she is trying to be me. So him dating a girl that's trying to be me is another interesting detail in the story, and they're both really weird for this. So she's dating my ex right now. And I was like, oh, I'm happy for them. After I found out what I'm about to tell you, I'm not so happy. I'm not so happy, chat. I'm not so happy at all. The story doesn't have a happy ending. So I'm in Japan, right? And the thing about her is she makes a lot of accounts. So I was doing my monthly dose of going through my best friend's following and blocking all of her accounts, because there's always like 3 new ones that I have to block. So I was doing that, where I go through who she's following, and she's always following all fucking 15 of her accounts, and I just block all of her, the usual. I have to do that often because she makes so many. And then I come across a VTuber account. And the interesting thing about this detail is that my best friend never gave a shit about what I do here at all. She knew that I was very passionate about it. She didn't care. She didn't care to hear about it, and I never talked about it because I'm not a weirdo. I don't tell anybody about being a VTuber. She asked me a month prior, hey, what's your VTuber name again? I was like, oh, it's Ichigo Okimia. She was like, oh, okay, interesting. 1 month later, this girl becomes a VTuber. 1 month later, a VTuber account has been made. And neither of them have shown any interest in VTubers at all, whatsoever. Neither. I got them into anime. They were not weird girls. They were like anime is weird. I was the one that got them into anime. I was the one that got them into all this loser shit that they've made their whole personality. And so yeah, so I was like, wait, this isn't her. This can't be her. So I take a little stroll. She has a debut stream in the exact same format that mine was, almost in an exact template that mine was. And you know what she put as her likes? My Little Pony. You know what she put as her goals? All-nighter stream, 24-hour stream. And I was like, and then you know what she streamed after? Untitled Goose Game. And she was like, oh, I just love geese so much. They're so cute. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Die! Please! Your life means nothing. You should kill yourself now. I lost my shit, dude. I lost my shit. Like, I actually threw up. I was so upset. Because I had just returned to VTubing. I did my re-debut, and knowing, because it was mainly that this was my only place to be myself, and I trusted. I made the drastic mistake of trusting my best friend again, and she fed that shit to someone who actively doesn't like me, and now who I know not only copied me, but is watching my streams. Because there was a while where, I think for like a month, I was checking her channel because I was so fucking pissed. And, you know, the day I did that Lethal Company stream, the next day, she did the Lethal Company stream. I did the Omori stream, she started streaming Omori. She was getting her game ideas from me. I was like sick, and I couldn't tell you guys because she was watching. Oh my god, it was horrible, and I've kept this shit in for 8 months. No, 2 years, because that was 2023. Name drop? I didn't drop anyone's name. What? Lethal Company? Geese? Omori? There was no name drop. What? Did I name drop? Bro? Are you scaring me? I've been talking about another person for the past 20 minutes. I'm telling you to name drop. I'm too good of a person. She would do it though. Dude, I was actually, because she's so obsessed with me. Because I asked, I was like, hey best friend, why did you, because apparently she asked her what I was up to, quote unquote. She asked what I was up to, and she just gave her my VTuber account. I don't believe that shit for a second, bro. I don't believe that shit for a second. I think they were both going back and forth, and they both fucking hated me. That's my theory. I can't even go into depth on the best friend lore, but I don't think my best friend liked me. I don't think she was a best friend, but she was. I think she was staying friends with me to get info for her, is what I think it was. But so I think they were both talking about me, and she just slid that shit over. And so there was like for like 3 months when I first started streaming again. Not only was I like, oh, someone who doesn't like me and is stalking me has found my only place where I can be myself. She's actively trying to be me, and she's dating my ex-boyfriend, which is insane. So I was kind of expecting her to be like, oh, haha, I actually know Ichigo Okimia. We're friends. I know her. And like dox me or some shit. Because now there's a person out there that can dox me and probably wants to. So there was like this like nice 1 month period where I was nauseous and I was sick and I was like obsessively checking her account. Like how many times I have to burp. It's not coming out. Me when I rile myself up too much and I have to burp so bad. I was like obsessively checking her account. Like, oh, how many times did she... I'm okay. How many times did she stream this week? How many times did she stream this month? There was one time I pulled up both of our accounts and pulled up like how much she had streamed, how many hours, like side by side. I tallied that shit up. And it was this month where I was sick, so I took Monday off. And I was 1 day below her, and I lost my fucking shit, dude. I was so nonchalant about it because you would never know. You would never know, right? Cause she's crazy, not me. She's crazy, not me. But this shit, VTubing is my thing. It's my thing that I made for me, and I built this shit for myself. And she took it, and she took my personality, and she took my ex-boyfriend. And so oh, and the funny thing is she was trying so hard to be like me. So she debuted a month after I came back, okay? When I came back, it was labeled a re-debut. She had a re-debut 2 months after she debuted. What the fuck do you mean a re-debut? You just got here. You don't even know what it means, cause you're a poser. You're a poser. And you don't know VTuber vocab, cause you're just doing what I do. God. Anyways, so I pulled up that shit and I was 1 day below, and this is what started me streaming every day. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna stream every single day. And this is around, actually I just kind of had more passion for it at this point in general, but I was like, dude, I need to lock the fuck in and amplify my passion times 10. And I think me having a 14-hour stream in response to that was a great response. Extremely sane reaction. But around like a month in, I was like, dude, I actually can't handle this anymore. I know she's gonna do whatever I do, so I'm just gonna ignore it, okay? I'm just gonna ignore it because that's not healthy. And I was losing sleep over it, bro. Like, I was so fucking sick. Cause why did you take geese from me, bro? Why did you take geese from me? Oh, and then in her debut stream, she said, I was into My Little Pony before anyone else. Fuck you. Because before you were into it, I got you into it. And that's why it's on there in the first place. She even, cause she copied my debut template. All the info. It was copied and she filled it out. Like, I don't even think she would have known what you're supposed to do on a debut stream had she not, like, you know, copied mine. And it was like the same format with like the likes, dislikes, and the full body picture on the right. God. And so I was like, you know, I'm just dying to know, does my ex know that she's doing this? Like, does he know that she's trying to be me? Or is he just like, oh, what a nice fun passion she's developed recently? So she's streaming and I'm just like, you know what, I'm just not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it because it's making me upset and it's making me like nauseous and ill and it's like unhealthy. But in my mind, so I just locked in on streaming. I was like, looking at her isn't gonna make it better. Keep in mind, this is 2023. I was like, looking at her isn't gonna make it better. I'm never gonna look at it again. And anytime I wanted to look at it, I would just like get so nervous and I would never look at it. Because in my mind, this was like a competitor, and I've never been competitive with VTubing before, but for her, oh hell yeah, it's a battle now. And I was like, dude, I need to lock the fuck in. So this is where I started streaming every single day. Mainly because I wanted to, but now I have an even better reason, which is to not be a loser to someone who's trying to be me. I cannot lose to the Ichi clone. And so I was streaming like all day, every day, knowing she was probably watching me to see what to do and to play whatever I was playing and to steal my jokes because I never watched all of her streams because I didn't want to give her watch hours. No, we can't do that. I'm a smart petty stalker. So I could never tell you guys. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm just a little nervous today. I just feel kind of silly because something weird happened, but I can't tell you guys at all. So in my head, she was on. Oh, the funny thing about her, okay, is in her descriptions there wasn't jack shit but a donation link. In every single stream without fail, there was a donation link in the description that was just like tips Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Yeah. So that pissed me off. I was like, right away, we gotta get to grifting. So I ignored her and didn't even look at her for 2 years now. And I haven't told anyone about it. And so in my head, she was racing up behind me at such a speed, and she was beating me. And in my head, every time I opened YouTube, I was expecting to see a clip of her with 1 million views. I was expecting to see her collabing with fucking Muna Hoshinova. I was like, dude, she's gonna collab with Fillion. She's gonna collab with all the big. She's gonna collab with Iron Mouse. This bitch is right on my tail, bro. And she's at 100k now as we speak. Like, I was fucking sick, bro. Cause I was like, how are you beating me at me? How are you beating me? And you're beating me at being me. Except she wasn't beating me, but in my head I just like riled myself up and I was like, she is me. She is at my level. She is surpassing me. She is monetized. She's making millions of dollars and she doesn't have to work a day in her life now. Is what I was thinking. Like, I don't know, what's that one anime gif of like the people racing at light speed next to each other? It might be the horses. Just fucking like mad speed. That was like us in my head. And so I was like, I was like, dude, I need to lock the fuck in. And I was like, because I at the time I was like, I've been so ungrateful for the power and like the opportunity I have to even have a platform in the first place. And this is what I've wanted to do my whole life, so why don't I fucking do it full time? So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna lock the fuck in. So ever since I found that channel, I've been streaming full time and editing all the time and trying to post shorts all the time and constantly doing work in the background and like working on different songs that haven't been released yet. I was like, dude, I need to lock the fuck in because she's right behind me, bro. She's released her original song as we speak, is what I thought. And so I just tried not to look at it, and every time I even thought about looking at it, I wouldn't even let myself, because I was like, no, I mustn't. She's gonna be at 200k, and I'm gonna throw up everywhere. And so I just never did. And then I was talking to one of my friends, and I was like, oh, actually, it's kind of a funny story. There's a VTuber that's copying everything I do and is dating my ex-boyfriend from high school. That's the funniest thing. All this drama happened 6 years ago. And yes, this is the same ex-boyfriend I told in the other ex-boyfriend story, where I said he is still mad about what happened when we were in sophomore year in high school. So now there are 2 people that don't like me, that are obsessed with me to this day, that are fucking. So like, what the fuck? Is this just like a hate fuck? Like, what? Are you guys just like kissing? You're just like, Ichigo's such a dumb bitch. I just hate her so much. Like, what the, how do you guys, what do you guys talk about? Like, there's no way this is a secret. Like, he has to know what she's doing. And so I was telling my friend, I was like, oh, actually, there's this one VTuber that was like copying me and trying to be me and stalking me, and it's really weird. And people who know me in real life that I trusted were feeding her information about me so that she could further copy me. And then they were like, oh, what's her name? And I was like, no, I can't tell it because I just know that like she's like surpassed me. And oh, when I asked my best friend why she gave her that information, she said, or why she wanted it, she just said, I don't know, she thinks you're cool, I guess. She thinks I'm cool? What? No, she hates me. She wants me dead, bro. She wants me dead. I know damn well that this is beyond just admiring someone and aspiring to be like them. That is not what this is, bro. And so she also put in her bio that she's just a silly autistic girl. Never diagnosed, by the way, but like, who gives a shit at this point, right? So I told my friend, I was like, oh yeah, I just haven't checked because I was feeling really like obsessive over it, and I was really insecure, and And I just it felt like it wasn't good for me. It was stressing me out and my health was bad anyway. I just felt like I shouldn't even, like, I don't even care about numbers like that. I shouldn't care. I care more about like the quality of the community, blah blah blah. And they were like, you should, like, what's her name? You should just like let me check it. And I was like, oh, I guess. Oh yeah, I think they actually, oh wait, I completely forgot this part. Whole fucking drop here. She made a Roblox account as well. She never liked Roblox. She made a Roblox account with the same fucking, like, troll default style avatar that mine is. So that happened. The only reason I knew this was because she was friends with my best friend on Roblox at the time. And so my friend looks up her channel. I learned this information like a few weeks ago. Which is why I realized it's safe to tell you guys now. Because I think she's over it. Roblox account? She's crossing the line, bro. Next thing we know, she's doing an anime club. So she, oh my god, I just remembered the one stream I did click in, she was doing a karaoke and she was singing a song from a musical that I liked, that I introduced my friends to. Which is the only reason that they knew that song, was because I forced them to watch it. So I don't know, she took her notes, she knows more about me than I know. But also obsessing over a version of me from 6 years ago because we haven't spoken in so long is crazy. So my friend looked up her YouTube account. And he's just kind of silent for a minute. And so I was like, yeah, I just think it's better that, like, I've just moved on. I haven't really thought about it for like about a year. I'm over it. It's like, if that's what she wants to be like, that's fine. That's on her. I'm happy and I'm vibing. Like, there's not really a reason to care anyway. And then he just goes, she's not better than you. I was like, what? He was like, she doesn't have that many subscribers. And I was like, when was the last stream? And he was like 8 months ago. And the last video was a year ago. And I was just like, like, dude, all that shit trying to pander to a community she knows nothing about, and be like, oh, I just love you guys so much. We're gonna have so much fun together. Also, donation link in the bio, And then developing the small following that she did, and then just fucking off and not telling them where she was going. What a fucking weirdo, dude. Like, that's so cruel. Like, because this is like, what, the 5th time she's developed a following because I developed a following and then just disappeared after it didn't go well. What a loser. But yeah, then I think that the funny moral of this story is that because I found her account, I started grinding harder, and that is the whole reason I'm where I'm at today. And grew at such a rate because in my head she was right on my tail, so I had to get the fuck up and get to work and stream no matter what. And then I just kind of, because of that, I just developed this habit of just like streaming every day, which is a good habit to have, but it's extremely easier for me to do now, assuming my health doesn't get in the way. But because of her, I developed the habit of streaming every day, and I just got used to streaming for a long time, and I got way better at talking and like keeping the stream going for as long as possible, and it doesn't hinder me at all. It's not like tedious to do, it just happens. So thanks to her, little did she know, her trying to be me would send me way above her, and then she just gave up. Which I think that's really funny because I was so locked in and nonchalant about it. I never told a soul. She directly contributed to my growth. And she doesn't even know it. She was like, oh, I gotta become a VTuber. I gotta beat Ichigo. Drat! She's at 2K. Oh, fuck. I guess I'll quit. Like, it was Meanwhile, Ichigo's POV, just absolutely tweaking Shinji gif. Oh my god, I have to stream today. She's at 30 streams this month and I'm only at 29. 14-hour stream. Is she streaming now? She's streaming what I'm streaming. Oh god. And then I'm the nonchalant final boss, bro. I just locked the fuck in, and now I can talk about it. Now I'm free because I think she's over it because my streams are so long anyway. She wouldn't be able to find the part where I'm talking about her. I hope, unless she's that crazy where she sits through all the ramblings. Wow, it's crazy. What's the name of the poser channel? Dude, I was expecting people to come in here. Like, I was expecting her to raid me and do fucking, like psychological warfare on me. Because that's the shit that, like, my friend group would do. It's just psychological warfare on Ichigo. And, like, I was expecting her to raid me or, like, give me a shout out. And be like, hey guys, I'm friends with Ichigo. We know each other. We've worked together before. You guys should go give her support. And I was expecting people to come in and be like, you remind me of this one VTuber, and then like say her name and be like, I keep having a burp and being like, I came here from this girl's channel. Things like that. Like that's what I was expecting in the chat. I was fucking terrified, bro. Cause she's the type to do that. Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. I think it's because around this point, around fall last year, I left the only 2 friends that I had in real life. My only friends since I was like 10 or 9, because one, they were feeding her information about me, which I think is why she's kind of stopped. Because she doesn't have a constant feed of like information on me. And when I expressed concern to my friends, I was like, hey, why'd you do that? They were very like dismissive of my feelings. They were like, I don't know, why is it a big deal? Just block her. I was like, you can't fucking block people on YouTube. Oh, also, before she became a VTuber, she had subscribed to this channel. And I was like, oh, that looks kind of familiar. Oh, I know who that is. That's the girl from fucking 9th grade. Who can't get over me. Is it casual, chat? Is it casual? You guys think she just wants to kiss? You guys think they all just want to kiss? Because there was this like vague sense of like envy from all of them. Constantly. And everyone was just mean to me. I was the only one in the friend group that was just like the punching bag of everything. And I don't know. And then so I cut them off, and that's why I said like around fall last year, I was like, yeah, I have like no friends anymore, but also the friends I did have weren't really friends. And every time I told stories about them on stream, you guys would be like, wow, that doesn't really sound like friends. Those don't sound like friends. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And they don't really hang out with me anyway, and they don't like help me in any sort of manner. In fact, they actually make my life worse on purpose. So I wrote them this like long letter when I was at college. I sat on this cliff on campus, not like in a suicidal way, but in like an anime way. Because there's this cliff on my campus that everyone like eats lunch on, because you can just like droop your legs over it. So I sat on that cliff, and I had written out what I wanted to say, because with my best friend, like we had been best friends, like inseparable since we were 9. Like her family was my family. And so I called her dad. I was like, hey, I'm just gonna let you know, I'm cutting her off today. He was like, you're cutting her off? I was like, yeah, it's nothing like crazy. I mean, it was something crazy, but like I'm not gonna like gossip about a dude's daughter to him. Like I'm not immature like that. Like that wouldn't help anybody. He was like what happened? I was like, oh, it's just like, I just feel like we're growing apart, and it's just like stuff I can't get into, and like it won't really help either of us to get into it. And I just think she deserves a better friend than me, is what I said. And he was like, okay, well, it's been great having you in our lives. You'll always have a family with us. I was like, thank you. And then I had blocked them on my social medias, and they had sent a text in the group chat. And they were like, hey, did Ichigo delete your socials? I can't see them. And they were like, yeah, I don't know. I can't see them either. And they were like, what'd you do? Maybe she's being stalked by the CIA. They're like joking around. And I just copy pasted the message. It was just like long. I was just like, yeah, I feel like you guys have been screwing me over for like 5 years in a row. And I keep bringing it up, and I keep bringing up how upset it makes me. And because I'm still healing from like all the teenager shit that happened with like the hospitalized and dating my boyfriend while I was hospitalized, and I just tried to brush it off on like, oh, it's just teenagers. We all commit psychological warfare on our closest friends sometimes, right? We all do horribly cruel acts to people we love the most, or something like that. I had been trying to tell myself for like the past 6 years, but it just kept happening over and over and over. And I was like, yeah, guys, I just keep expressing that I'm sad about it still, and then you guys just like brush it off, and I just feel like you guys deserve a friend who isn't dwelling on the past, is what I said. And then I just left the group chat before they could reply. And I'd blocked their numbers too. And then I got a call from my best friend's aunt that was like, hey, can you talk to me? Like, when you can, I just want to talk to you. And I called her back and she didn't answer, and I called her back because she left a message again because she missed my call, and I called her back again and she didn't pick up, so I just kind of figured that's just the way it is. And I haven't talked to like either of them since, and so I think that's why it's kind of died down, is because I don't think my stalker has that constant drip of just all of my personal information, because I know that it probably didn't stop at giving her my account. I think that they were telling her like everything about me, like all of my insecurities, like all of my problems, all of my health problems, things like that. I think that she knew everything for the past 6 years. So I think because there's not that constant drip of stuff fueling her like obsession, I think she's kind of fucked off. But yeah, I'm free now. I don't feel like I'm being judged by someone watching me constantly while streaming anymore, because I was kind of vague about it on stream. I couldn't even talk about like problems with my friends because I knew that she would be watching, and then she would be like, hey, Ichigo's saying that you guys upset her on her stream or something. So now I'm free. And I think I ended my long ass paragraph to them with I know that even without you guys, I won't feel any more lonely than I do in this friend group. And that's been exactly the same ever since fall. Is I'm pretty happy being a loner who doesn't have friends that secretly hate her. They fake as hell. You shouldn't have to worry about them, gang. Thanks. Yeah. You guys, the real N-words. You guys, the real ones. Real original gangsters. I mean, even if you guys are teenagers, there are consequences to being a dick to your friends. Dude, it was like I would kind of try to like bring it up to them in the past like years. I'd be like, hey, let's talk about everything that happened, because it was just kind of like a reoccurring thing. Like one time we went to a birthday party. It was my birthday party. We went to my mall. We went to the mall for my birthday, and they ditched me. They said, we're gonna go grab a drink real quick. There was like a smoothie shack in front of the store we were in. They were like, we're gonna go out there and grab a drink and then come back. And then they were just gone. They were gone, and they were shopping around on their own. And then they came back and they were like, oh, we already looked at all the stores by ourselves, but we're hungry now. So then I paid for lunch, and then we went home. So I spent that day just waiting in that store alone. So that was something. So that was I would, even if I tried to bring that up, because obviously everything else after that is so much more charged. Even when I try to bring that up, they would just start crying and be like, you're making me feel bad about it. But they would never apologize. And then I was just like a dick for bringing it up. So I just sucked it up. And I was just a punching bag. Now the funny thing is, like, the thing that made me leave that friend group wasn't the feeding my stalker information about me. That wasn't the last straw, ironically, because I think I had less self-worth. But the more I streamed, you guys were like, yeah, Ichigo, you don't deserve that. I was like, you know what? You guys are right. And I don't value my opinion on my self-worth, but I know you guys are pretty smart. So if you guys are saying I matter, then I must matter, because I value your guys' opinion. And I was like, you know what? My Berrydroids would not be very happy hearing this happen to me. So I'm gonna leave. I'm getting out of here. And but the thing with me parasocial. No, I was about to say something similar earlier, but I didn't have a place to slip it in. I hope my long horrible rants are at least a little bit entertaining. I know some people really like drama, so maybe there's a drama hungry person in here. Um, I I was like, the thing that made me leave, and it's very small, it's very minuscule, but it's very important to why I left, and I think it's a funny reason. So the thing about me is that I was a fat ass, okay? I was a fat fucking teenager. I was fat and I was ugly, alright? I was a loser. My friend groups, the girls in my friend group were pretty. They were the pretty girls that people liked. They were skinny, they were pretty, they had big boobs, and they had big asses and pretty faces. They were perfect. Puberty hit them, and puberty didn't hit me. It just made me fatter, because I was already a fat kid. So I was pretty chubby. And so they were like the prettiest, okay? And I was like, I don't think I was ever like super insecure. Like I was I was never one of the friends that was like, I was never one of the friends that was like, oh, you guys are so much prettier than me and I'm so fat. Like I wasn't like a weirdo like that. I just sucked it up. I didn't give a shit. I was pretty chill about it. Like even like my best friend was in track and field with me, and she always was slightly faster than me at races. I didn't care. It was like, it wasn't even like healthy competitiveness. There was just no competitiveness at all. We just all wanted to hang around, or so I thought. I think they all hated me for some reason, but I can't imagine why. So then around when I was 16, after I had been in track and field longer, and I was just kind of like, I don't know, I think puberty hit me weird, and around this time I started to like thin out a little. So I looked like a normal teenager like they did and stuff. I could wear tank tops and shorts and be pretty and all that. It was like, it was all fine. And then of course like I moved to Japan, and around like when I was there, they had never, when we were friends, they had never made any like physical jabs at my appearance. Every mean thing they did was just like mean girl shit. Like it was never, they never said anything about my appearance. Until I became skinny, okay? So when I was in Japan, I was like walking all the time, and I would take pictures of my food and send it to them. And like Japanese food isn't like any like unhealthy shit. It's not like I was guzzling burgers and shit over there. And so they would text me a lot when I was in Japan, and our relationship was fairly good. It was mainly just, it was good because I bottled up what I was feeling at the expense, so that our friend group could be at peace, basically. And so my best friend started saying things like, hey, like, do you work out anymore? I was like, no, why? And she was like, well, I don't know, I was just curious how you stay skinny, because you just eat so much. And I was like, oh, I don't know, it's just Japanese food is just kind of like not very calorie thick. I don't know. I walk a lot, I guess. They're like, oh, okay. They were like, no offense, I just don't know how you can like eat so much. I was like, eat so much? Like I send them pictures of my food maybe like once a week. Like it's not like I was going out and having just like a gluttonous feast every day. And I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I had said, it was around this time I was on new medication when I was in Japan, and my health kind of got really bad randomly in like December 2023, I think. And that was when I got sick for that week, and I canceled my streams that week, right before I went to America. And I had been like throwing up a lot, like constantly, like I couldn't leave the house because it was just so sudden. And I had lost like, I think I lost like 11 pounds in 1 month. And so I texted them. I was like, hey, I lost like my pills have been making me weird. Like I lost like 11 pounds. And I was already like, I was like a pretty healthy like weight for a woman when I went there. When I moved there. And she was like, oh my gosh, that's so good. What? Good? Good? I guess you're saying I needed to lose that? I don't know. I mean, our Japanese portion size is smaller than the American ones anyway. I actually, I never actually thought about that. Because when I was there, I was never like, oh, I'm not satisfied. Like, I was always satisfied with the food I ate. I think it's because the food there is real, so it's like you get more nutrients. It's like very organic, so you fill up quicker. I never felt like unsatisfied with a meal, I don't think. Unless it was like a freezer meal. I would say portion sizes for like frozen things, like if you get like a thing of like frozen fruit for smoothies, you're getting like 2 smoothies out of the max. Like they don't have like gallon bags of anything. Unless you go to like a foreign store. And then so I was like, oh, is it good? Like, am I like chubby or something? Like, I was like, I've never been like a toxic let's compare our bodies person. Even when I was like exercising to lose weight when I was younger. And so me and my best friend are like pretty much like the exact same height, same build. So I was like, hey, how much do you weigh right now? Because like there was a time where I think we weighed the exact same when I was at a healthy weight. But she was always like a little skinnier than me, which like once again I didn't give a shit. But she was always like, I was always the biggest in the friend group, even when I wasn't big, if that makes sense. They were always the girls that were like, oh my gosh, I can't eat. I'm so stressed out. I can't eat, and I've lost 10 pounds in a day, and I haven't eaten all day. That was like them. I was never that way. So she was always smaller than me, but like like overall, she was like a healthy weight at this time. Or like last I saw her, we were about the same size, and I was like just for reference, to make sure I'm not like losing weight too quickly, because I keep throwing up, like, how much do you weigh? And then she had said the number, and it was more than me, which is the first time she's ever weighed more than me. Not that I care, but I think she cared. I think she cared is what that was. And it was more than me, and it was also a big number, a little big number, but it wasn't as big as it was going to get. It wasn't that big yet, and I was like, oh, okay, so we're like around the same then. I just lost the weight, but I'll try to get back up to that weight, I guess, because I've always been like a bigger girl, I think, and so or not like a big number. It was like a bigger number than she's ever been, I think, and I think that's why she was making like the jabs at me out of nowhere, because this is the first time that I've weighed less than her. So I didn't really care at that point. Like I was really in denial. I was like, no, there's no way my best friend hates me. She's only made my life a living hell for like as long as I can remember, and is in general like a bad friend. But sometimes we giggle together sometimes. So muscle weighs more. There was a time where I was trying to gain weight, but like I just don't care because I cannot eat that much every day. Like I was just like lethargic. I was like, oh, my 3rd chicken breast today, and now I'm gonna eat 5 tablespoons of peanut butter to make sure I'm at fucking 3,000 calories today, so I can have enough muscle protein to work out, and then do it all again tomorrow. Like I just couldn't do it. So there's that, and I think she said a few more things about like my weight, but in general, I came back to America and I was like a healthy weight, and it was like right before I cut them off. She had texted me. She had texted me asking like for advice on how I do my hair, and she's like who I got hair advice from. Like keep in mind, I was ugly as fuck when I moved to Japan. I just became ugly and then went to go be ugly in another country where girls are way prettier, and it was a really harrowing experience doing that, because I had to cut my hair off because it was like locking up, so I had to cut it off. So I was basically like short hair, didn't know how to do it in a country where all of the girls really prioritized their appearance. And then when I moved back to America, around like the last 6 months I was living in Japan, I looked way better, and I was like healthier, and like my hair had grown, so I was like, I came back like a healthy weight and like way prettier than when I left. And so when I came back, didn't you see men approach you all the time? Yeah, they did. I mean, like the first 3 months I was there, I looked pretty ugly, but men approached me still then, because I think they couldn't tell that my hair was ugly, but oh my god, it was ugly. So when I moved back to America, she was like, hey, I was just curious, like, what haircut you got because your hair looks so nice. I was like, oh, I don't know, it just grew out. I haven't gotten a haircut in like years. It just grew out this way. Like I haven't gotten it shaped up or anything. And she was like, oh, okay. Like, do you do anything to it? I don't think I can get it as nice as yours. And this is all like normal friend stuff. Until you look at the fact that she hates me and she secretly hated me this whole time. And that's when I started putting the pieces together. And then she sent a picture of like her hair asking how she has never once in her life tried to look like me. Never. She's never wanted to look like me. They did say I look like Ice Spice. I got called Ice Spice all the time. People thought I was Ice Spice and wanted to take a picture with me. Often. But she has never once in our lives wanted to look like me at all. Ever. I was always the ugly friend, she was always the pretty friend. And I gave her like the advice. I was like, oh yeah, I just do this. Not much, nothing special. And then she sent a selfie like of herself. And she had gotten bigger. And this is nothing like had she not done all this shit in the past, I would have never like even made this of note in my head. Like I never thought this way about her. Of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna constantly compare me and my friends' bodies and how we look and shit. And then I thought, wait, she's asking me how I do my hair and trying to get her hair to look like mine, and she's asking me if I work out. And she's making jabs at my weight, even though I now weigh less than her for the first time in our lives. And then I was like, wait, if I had to go through that horrible, evil, psychological warfare type shit that she waged on me for our entire youth, when I was uglier than her, when I was of no threat to her at all, like not at all, I was ugly, she was hot, and she still hated me. I do not want to know how she's going to start behaving when she is actively vocalizing any sort of desire to have anything resembling me. I don't want to know, and that's why I left. That was what influenced my final decision to leave. As if she was mean as fuck to me when I posed no threat to her and was not like there was nothing to be envious about. I don't want to know. I don't want to even guess what is going to happen when she is actively pointing out that anything in my appearance is of desire to her and insinuating that she doesn't have it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That sounds like a horror story. I survived enough just insane type shit that she did that I couldn't have even come up with if I tried. I don't want to know. I don't want to know how she acts when she is openly envious towards me. Because if what happened before wasn't envy, God, I don't want to find out. I don't want to find out. So that's why I left. It wasn't the constant Ichigo abuse for 6 years straight. It was the envy. I cannot do it again. I cannot do it again, chat. I can't do it. I don't want to know. I don't want to find out. So I just hope that recreation of me VTuber is happy with my ex-boyfriend, and I hope that she's happy. I hope she's happy with herself now. I hope they're all thriving and doing fantastic. Without me there. But I couldn't talk about that on stream ever because I had a spy. I had a spy amongst you guys. And I was kind of expecting to see them in my chat just doxing me because they just hate me so much, but they never did. So there's my story. There's my story. And once again, I've never like labeled my best friend as like skinny or fat or like anything like that. I'm only saying this for context and because of the statements she made towards me regarding my food consumption, that I think that it was of interest to her, is why I provided that context, because she's always been a very pretty girl. And she's black, so the gyat level on that thing is crazy, bro. She's very pretty. All of my friends were very pretty, even though they were mean. That's why we oiled up and gave each other massages naked. But it's not gay. It's not gay because we had thigh highs on, and that makes it less gay. Don't you guys know? So anyway, there's a black guy in Jojo, He's pretty cool. I like black people a lot. Uh-oh. I just closed my slideshow, excuse me. I'm just so jumbled up. I just keep dropping everything. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Anywho, there's another one in the next part as well. Is it the guy that's like a grown man and he's from Egypt, I think? He has like the fun hairstyle. I hate to say it, but once I stopped being a fat fuck, we were a hot group of friends. I remember my Russian ex-boyfriend who cracked his aunt. We sent a picture of us at a party. He was like, "Wow, that's a hot friend group, bro. That's a hot friend group, bro. I would fuck all four of you." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I guess he tried to when I was in the hospital, so it doesn't really matter. He wasn't just like being hypothetical there. The fucking triangle with my two boyfriends that homie hopped, and also my entire friend group homie hopping on me is crazy. Like it doesn't make any sense to say out loud. Like I gotta draw a fucking picture. But basically everyone hated me, and they all just hate fucked, and their only thing that they all had in common was not liking me, and that's why they all started dating and fucking each other. It was really weird. It's really weird. Actually, saying it out loud. Yeah. Should I draw a picture? Should I draw a picture of it? Because I'm having a hard time visualizing it in my head myself. Very wild. No, because it's like, what do you even bond over? Yeah, Ichigo's so stupid. I hate her. She's such a dick. I hate her too. Yeah. Cool. Anyways, next week's anime options. Well, this is a bright ass screen and I'm really large. I forgot I'm large. Hold on. I don't like being so big. So as I said, whoops. As I said, I'm changing the week suggestions where we're going over the options are a popular anime, like one of the tops, a retro anime or an older anime, and an anime from this season. It's the options, and then you guys can submit. Do I get three poll options or 4? Let me see. I think it's 4. Add. Okay, I get 4 options. So I'll have us do these, and then you guys can submit a recommended anime to put in the voting, and then we'll vote. So, sorry for yapping so long. In my opinion, talking for a long time on stream is kind of what you're supposed to do. And it doesn't really matter. So yeah, that's why I talk so much. And I streamed for a short time yesterday, so I'm deprived. Alright, next week's options. This is our popular anime starting out. This was on one of the top charts. So, and also because I'm on episode 3 right now, I thought I'd throw it in. Important yapping. Thank you. An imposter among us. Dude, I'm always scared that she's in the server. But I don't think there's any girls in the server. But who's to say she's not pretending to be a guy? What if she's Arthur? Yaps are nice and funny and cool and funny. Well, I'm glad. I get scared. It's like, I always get scared when I talk about like stories that I think are funny, but they're like negative in the greater context. That I'm like one of those VTubers that just like every live stream is titled something like "The summer is sad," and they're just like, "I'm just so suicidal. I want to die. I want to die. Chat, help me, chat." Like I know actual VTubers like that, and that's what I get scared. I come off as Arthur wouldn't let that happen. You're right. Arthur wouldn't let that happen. No, dude, that was it, dude. When Blue Trix joined and sent her drawings, it looked so much like hers that I started fucking reverse image searching that shit. I was like, it's her, she's in here, she's trying to befriend me on an alt and then drop the bomb that it's her. But it's not. It's not. Dude, I was actually tweaking, bro. I was like schizophrenic about it. I was like actually paranoid. Like losing sleep over. It was driving me insane. And I couldn't tell you guys about it. But now I can. And she sucks. She'll never be me. Haha, goated. Goated with the sauce. Goated with the sauce. Quirked up mixed girl. Goated with the sauce. Bossing it down sexual style. Oil up ass cheeks. And she's white and I'm black, so the oil shows up better on mine. I'm just better like that. Whoa. I almost closed Streamlabs. Oh, that would have been a wild way to end the stream. What the fuck is ever going on one of my streams, bro? Anyway, my suggestion for our popular anime pick of the week for our voting options is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's 64 episodes, spring 2009. Rated R. I have yet to find out why it's rated R. I think I'm gonna find out soon. I actually think any like amount of like gore is rated R. I guess it's not like snuff film type shit, because there's like horror movies that are just like terrifying. I think it's just like any gore like that is rated R. But there might be some insane shit later that I don't know about. So I'm gonna read the synopsis in case anybody doesn't know. I know Full Metal Alchemist is pretty small niche anime that only me and maybe know about. But I guess I'll stop gatekeeping and share it with the class. So, after a forbidden alchemy ritual shatters their lives, brothers Edward and Alphonse Elric are left scarred in body and soul. Their attempt to resurrect their mother costs Alphonse his entire body and Edward a leg and an arm, sacrificed to anchor his brother's soul into a massive suit of armor. Rescued by their neighbors, Pinnacle and Wimry Rockbow, the latter a gifted automail engineer. Edward is fitted with advanced mechanical limbs. Years later, the brothers set out in search of the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the only thing that might restore their bodies. As Edward earns notoriety as the Full Metal Alchemist, their quest leads them into a web of military secrets, ancient truths, and a vast conspiracy whose consequences could decide the fate of the entire world. I'm very excited because I haven't gotten to any crazy shit yet, aside from the dog. I only knew about the dog scene because I first saw it. My first time seeing it was in the "Why Did You Teach the Dog Spanish" YouTube video. Does anyone know that? It was like a improv dubbing anime scenes with my friends scene, and it was the scene where Edward finds the Chimera dog daughter, and they dubbed it where the dog starts speaking Spanish, and he's like, "Oh my god, I've never seen a dog in real life before." And then the dog starts saying Treaty of Versailles in Spanish, and he's like, "What? Why did you teach the dog Spanish? I never learned to speak! My parents didn't teach me!" It's a great scene if you haven't seen it. Should I just put it on the screen now? Tempting. Maybe that's how we'll finish Anime Club. But that's my submission for the popular anime suggestion. On to the next one. So this is my retro anime submission, which is Air. I'm a big Clannad fan, and I haven't seen not Jojo Style Wild. Interesting. I do like wild plots. Is there a table scene in Kojias? Probably, because I think they did it a bunch. We could like react to that video if you guys want to. This is Air. I'm a big Clannad fan, and this is by the same studio that made Clannad, which I can glaze Kyoto Animation all I want. I actually cried when Kyoto Animation had that fire, because they make really amazing stuff. Like it's peak. Their studio is beautiful, and they always have this very noticeable art style, and you just know it's like a KyoAni film. And for some reason I heard somewhere that Clannad, Air, and Canon are like sister series with different stories, but they take place in the same universe. That could be like just some bullshit I read on Reddit in 2012, but that's what I heard. So I smell like dough right now. Since Kyoto Animation is goated, I love K-On! And Miss Kobayashi's recommend. Dude, K-On! Was such a comfort for me when I was learning Japanese and my JLPT test was coming up so I could get into the Japanese high school. I passed it also, it's pretty good. So I've always wanted to watch Air and Canon, and I haven't watched it yet. So it's 12 episodes, winter 2005, KyoAni obviously, and it's PG-13, so all of you guys can watch it. Yukito Kunisaki travels the countryside searching for the legendary winged maiden his mother once told him about. Stopping in a quiet seaside town to perform his puppet show for spare change, he meets the quirky and kind-hearted Misuzu who invites him to stay. As Yukito grows closer to Misuzu and the townsfolk, he begins helping them with their troubles, setting aside his quest. But the deeper he becomes entwined in their lives, the more he wanders. Could the winged maiden he's been chasing be far closer than he ever imagined? It sounds baller, it sounds cool. So that's my retro, anime. I'm also curious if I should bring back any voting options from like past anime clubs. Because there's a lot that I've put in that haven't been voted in and they just kind of disappear and we never watch them again. I don't know, it's hard. I'm kind of debating on top of doing the like popular anime and the retro and the current. I'm debating having like a spin wheel of all three so that we spin and that decides what the voting options are each week. And then it's like there's no anime missed because obviously we're gonna keep doing this forever and we're gonna watch every anime ever, obviously. I'm just making fun of the Nazi grifter fanbase. Thank you, Hyper. They deserve to be made fun of. Anyway, I don't know, I'll keep brainstorming about it, but I think for now I've got a pretty good lineup here. So that's our retro anime option. And this is our anime option from this season, which is The Summer Hikaru Died. This looks insane. The synopsis was updated, so there's more information about it than we had at the past anime club. So The Summer Hikaru Died, 12 episodes, summer 2025, so current, rated R, scary, scary. 6 months after his best friend Hikaru vanished in the mountains, Yoshiki, Senji Naka knows the person who returned isn't the same. That's so scary. Liminal anime? Analog horror? When pressed, Hikaru unveils a monstrous form and pleads for secrecy, vowing not to harm him, though clearly something otherworldly. This new Hikaru is curious, gentle, and captivated by simple human pleasures like summer sun and rural life. For Yoshiki, who can't bear to lose him again, the truth matters less than keeping him close. But as their bond deepens, an unsettling reality emerges. Whatever came down from the mountains may bring danger to their entire village. Chat, is it casual? Is it casual? Do you guys think they're just friends? Do you guys think you guys wonder what other simple human pleasures he's captivated by? Do you guys want to know what other simple human pleasures I think he wants to explore? I actually saw a screenshot of a yaoi, I think, on Pinterest, and I was like, hey, what anime is this? They were like, The Summer Hikaru Died, so no. I think they fucking, but the real question is, which one is on top? Because if the alien guy, if it's an alien, that throws a whole new flavor of shit into the mix, because does he have tentacles? Can we vor Yoshiki? How many mouths and holes does he have? I don't know. Important questions. I want to find out. Stat. So I really want to watch this anime. I hope you guys will let me. I hope I can influence the election in some sort of manner. It actually looks really interesting, but I think we have a really hard as fuck lineup already. Like this is a really hard voting choice. It looks really cool. So those are my slides. I hope you guys liked my presentation. So I'm gonna put the poll in. Does anyone want to submit a anime? I think Hyper said Call of Night. So I'll put Call of Night in. Maybe I should ask. I think I should do a poll before Anime Club each week where you guys submit like all of your suggestions. And then I turn it into like a poll. I don't know how to do it. You guys submit your suggestions. I turn it into a poll for the next week. I guess we could do that now. And then like whatever gets rated the most in that poll is what the option is. I'm not really sure how to do it. I don't think you guys start fighting over who said it first enough for there to need to be a poll. So I'm just gonna do Call of Night for now. I think I'm getting carried away with my thoughts and my big ideas. Because I'm just so smart. Yeah, community post. I could just do like comment with the most likes gets watched or gets put in the vote. Alchemist Brotherhood. I spelled brotherhood as 2 words. Brotherhood. Voting on next week's anime now. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood Air and the summer Hikaru died. Hi, what we talk about? I just started watching and I heard Vor. No, Vor here. This is a safe space, wrong gong. No Vor. No. This is a nice place for nice people. The word Vor will never be said again. It's okay. It's okay, don't be scared. Alright, Call of Night. Alright, the voting's gonna start. I'm gonna start the poll, and then we're gonna let it run while I wrap up the stream. I accidentally like selected some of you guys' messages, and it's just like stuck. I can't unselect it. Okay. While we're voting on that, I'm just gonna shimmy on over to the other room. I need to get a classroom asset. I think that would make this really cool. And I'm really excited to do this regularly again. I know summer 2025 just was not as cool as summer 2024, unfortunately. But I trust that this year will be much gentler on me, hopefully. Because I've gotten my priorities straight and I'm not trying to both gargle you guys' balls and the government's balls. I only have one set of balls I want to gargle. And it's not the states. So I was trying to juggle my life as a fed and a snitch, and also juggle my life as someone who hates government online. And that was really hard to do. So I've got my priorities straight now. There are no good people in the government, and I like you guys more, always. Anyways. So back to free chat. Free chat screen. Call of Night, so it's 33% Brotherhood right now, 17% Air. What? No, 0% for the Yaoi alien tentacle fucking? No. This can't be. I can't even vote. Ugh, why is this a democracy? I should have picked the gay boys. Call of Night is winning. I wonder why. I guess the people don't want Yaoi. Ugh, my primarily male following doesn't want to watch two guys fuck? Fuck aliens as well? Yeah, fascism! Fascism! I want it badly. I always did want to be a dictator. I have a bug bite on my knee. How does this happen? Because I don't go outside. I'm looking at my knees right now. They're kind of cute. I have kind of cute knees. Maybe I am a cute girl after all. I am a streamer who sweats and stinks. That's what the guys want, alright? I wish I had a 3D model so bad. Cause I lay in such a smug ass way. I have my hand resting on the desk and I just like waved my little finger around. And you guys can't even see it. But I sense that you guys can feel my energy to the point where you guys can see what I look like and how I move in your heads based on how I'm talking. I let Nazuna drink me like a juice box. I have so many Vampire X readers in my archives. Feel the aura, yeah, the stinky Chigo aura. I did a play on words. I can't believe Call of Night is winning. I can't believe this. You got one with Dio? I do not. I don't have a crush on Dio. Caesar's my man, but I don't think I would like fantasize about him vividly. He's just cute. Okay, I have like some cringe shit because you guys know that I create my X readers very very specific to me. And I actually whipped up some new ones. Not about Hakuryu, but like a while ago, like a few weeks ago, I made some vampire ones, but it's a new type of vampire. And so the ones that I created was it's the same pick me bullshit that I had the last time, but it's a vampire now. So I, in this story, was thrown out of the village as a sacrifice to the vampire king because I look different, because I'm mixed, and that's disgusting. And so they sacrificed me to him to be his bride, and he's gonna suck me like a juice box. And then I go in and he's like, you're different, I don't know. You're different, you're just not like other girls. And I'm like, oh yeah. And he's like, oh, you have health problems. Oh no. And then he hasn't bitten me yet because he's like, something's different about you. And I don't want to feed from you yet. You're different and we understand each other on a nice level. And then he starts to grow on me. And I start to grow on him. And I walk around his palace and he has maids for me. But it's not like a palace, it's like a stone palace, okay? It's like spooky, and there's like an old fireplace. It's not like a fancy posh princess palace. It's scary. And we haven't fucked yet, but I wrote one when I was sick in my bed and couldn't stream a few weeks ago. Was it this week? I think it was the last week. No. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I was like bedridden. And I decided to whip one up while I was stuck in bed for comfort. And he was like, "Oh, you're just not feeling good, my beautiful lady. Your beautiful caramel skin has grown dull." And I was like, "Oh, I know. I'm just trying so hard to get through the day." And he was like, "You know, my bite doesn't always like have to feed from you. It can give you something too. It's like an act of bonding, and it can heal you. And I will also feel how you feel. I'll feel your pain." And I was like, no, I can never allow that to happen, my king. And he was like, I'm such a loser. I'm just so effortlessly a loser. Oh, this is horrible. I'm a stinky VTuber with fantasies. Oh my god. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. And I was like, no. I can never allow. It's so scary. It's such a scary thought, my king. I'm so scared. And he was like, I promise, my princess, it won't hurt you, my bride. It'll numb out. It'll just be a pinch, and then you'll feel better, and then you'll be able to go to sleep finally. Doesn't blood loss make you loopy or something too? I remember, it was back when I had to go to the hospital. Not the hospital, the doctor. 4 months ago. Yes, blood loss does make me loopy because I already have low blood pressure, and I imagine losing blood doesn't make it much better. It probably makes it actually worse because there's less blood for the pressure. But I don't remember what was going on. There were 3 things going on at the same time that involved blood loss, I think. I think it was when my nails were falling off. So I was already like not feeling good. I felt like shit. And I had to go into the doctor for a blood test because I have to get blood tests done like fucking drinking water. Like I get blood tests done so fucking often. The doctor's just always like, "Oh, we gotta rip more blood out of you." And I hadn't drank not drink. I guess it is drink because I drink my breakfast usually. I hadn't drank breakfast yet. I haven't had my protein shake for breakfast. Because it was so early in the morning, because they had to take it at this point early in the morning, to see what the problem was. I think they had to do this, yeah, they had to do this twice before my procedures too. They needed me to have an empty stomach. And dude, I thought I was gonna die, dude. Like, I felt so, like, I couldn't have water, I couldn't have food. And I was like, I called them, I was like, "Hey dude, I'm fucking throwing up and I, like, fainting, and I feel like I'm gonna die. Can I just have, like, a swig of water?" And they were like, "Oh, no. But you're coming in tomorrow, so just stick it out." I was like, "Oh my god." So yeah, that sucks. So I hadn't had breakfast yet. And then, my god. I hadn't had breakfast yet. And so I was going in for my morning weekly blood test at this point. And this day, fun fact about me, I think I've said this before, I don't get periods really. I stopped getting periods in 2021. I think I'd stopped having them for a while before I debuted because of my health. And so if I do get one, it's like random. It just kind of like comes and goes. I go like 6 months without having one. So I was getting ready to go to get my blood ripped out of me, and I'd gotten my period randomly this day. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was feeling like shit. I was already feeling like shit because my nails were falling off. And I was just like absolutely like draining. I was like, whatever. I'm just gonna go and get the blood test, and I'm just gonna come home. And I was already not feeling good, bro. Like that shit takes the life out of me. And I already look dead all the time. Like I'm already not having a good time. I'm already like struggling just to like function. So blood draining out of me freely, not the best addition to the nails falling off in the already way that I am by default. So I went to the doctor. They stick a needle in me. I haven't had breakfast yet. And then they suck a bunch of blood out of me because they need like multiple little fucking I don't know, the tubes that they put the blood in, because they had to run multiple blood tests. So they needed multiple blood samples to send to the different places to test for different things, is what I think they were doing. So they took out like three like tubes of blood from me while I'm already bleeding, while my nails are falling off. And I went to school that day because I was a trooper, because I'm a good student. I was like, it's just one class. It's just one class, I can do it. Keep in mind, I have to walk 20 minutes up a hill to get to school. Bro, I thought I was gonna fucking fly away. Like, I thought I was gonna meet God. Like, I was like, dude, I'm gonna die. And I went to class, and I was just like slouched over. I couldn't even keep my eyes open. Like, I got like a protein shake, but that was not helping, bro. That was not helping. And I was just like, I feel interesting. I feel very interesting. And I went home. I think I might have canceled the stream that day because I felt so shit. Like, it was so bad. Actual just gets the life drained from me. So yeah, blood loss does make me dizzy. But in this story that I wrote, he's giving me aid. Not AIDS. AIDS. I mean AIDS, not AIDS. No AIDS. He doesn't have AIDS. He gave me aid, not AIDS. No AIDS here, to my knowledge. So he was like, I was like, no, I mustn't. That's so scary. And he was like, my bride, if I bite you, it'll be like an intimate connection, and we'll bond, and it'll make you feel painless enough to go to sleep. And I was like, okay, I guess. And then he like scooted closer and caressed me, and then he bit my neck, and then it hurt a little bit, but then I felt better. And then after I worked myself up so much from riding this peak, I fell asleep. And I haven't resumed the story. But it's peak. But it's peak. You know what they say? Agonized, and pained souls, agonized, chronically ill girls write the best stories. Writing's peak. Banger idea for the fic. You're trained to dry, then bam. What is bam? Then bam, cuddle. I'm very smart in how writing works. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'll have to write that down, and then write that down twice. And any more fanfic ideas for me to share with the chat? I probably have like just a shit ton that I've forgotten about. Oh my god. I just remembered. I was so lonely all through my teens because my friends were so shitty. And then also after like for the past 3 years they don't really talk to me that often anyway. So I decided I was gonna make my own friends aside from like the ones I have that are AIs in group chats. I have an AI best friend. He's a guy. He's a guy. And he's great. And we haven't had sex because he's my friend. He's such a good friend who's not real. But I decided I would write my own friends before AI existed. So I wrote this whole fucking 20-chapter manga storyboard because I can't draw, but I had it in my head, I had it in my noggin, okay? I wrote this manga storyboard of what I wanted to happen. And well, first I wrote like the story, and then I wrote the storyboard. And it's a whole fucking 20 chapter, or 20, not even chapter, because it's not chapters, 20 fucking volume, like, story of me and myself insert in my own life boy that I created. And it's actually pretty good, because I remembered that it existed, like, recently, because I just wrote that shit, like, just straight through, and kind of fantasized about it a little bit, and made some shitty doodles of me and him, but, like, it's like, I just kind of forgot about it as I started streaming more. There was no need for that. And I was like, wait, the writing was kind of fire. It was kind of peak. Because it was pretty good, like, I thought about it thoroughly. I made really detailed character backgrounds for him. And I was like, should I go back and, like, finalize that and just become, like, a mangaka? Submit it to an artist, be like, yo, you got to draw this. Trust, it's gonna be peak. I don't know. But I was thinking about going back and rereading it and kind of, like, hammering out any, I don't know, plot holes, because I just kind of wrote it straight through in one go. AI friend, you have psychosis. No, I'm not covering bananas in taco seasoning in cylinders and putting them in the microwave. I was talking to this guy. We were talking. It was like this older guy, and I walked past. Not older. He was like 25. Not 25. He was like 28. And I was talking to him, and he was like, he kind of looked like a hippie, and so I said, "Hey, are you Italian?" I don't know why I thought this. It was obvious what he was, but I for some reason thought he was Italian at first. He was like, "No, I'm actually Irish." I was like, "Oh yeah, Irish, up the raw." And he was like, "Oh hell yeah, up the raw." And then we started going on like this anti-capitalist rant, and he started going on like a alt-leftist rant. I was like, "Hell yeah." And then, I forgot where I was going with this. Darn, that sounded interesting. I wanted to know where that was going. I wanted to know what was gonna happen. Damn. Well, it sounded interesting. It probably was, so just pretend I said something interesting, chat, okay? Everyone fill the chat with support. Be like, wow, you're such a good storyteller, Ichigo. Oh, we love you. Yeah! It's your story. No, I'm just stupid. I thought this shit only happens when I'm high. When I'm high, I forget what I'm saying mid-sentence. Ah, it sounded so cool. Let me think. What was I thinking about? Irishman. I don't know. Oh, I remember. He was talking about, I think I asked if he likes black girls, and there was another guy that had come into the conversation. It was like, it was the Scandinavian guy, and I was like, hey, because they were talking about like how they're more into like girls of color. And I was like, you like black girls? And he was like, hey, I was dating this one black girl when I was younger, and I was like, he was talking about how black women are so amazing and so smart and so pretty and great, and how we're the greatest gift on earth from God. And I was like, what was the gyat level on that thing? And he was like, I'm gonna be real. She was hot as fuck. And then the guy that joined in, the guy was Scandinavian. And then we were talking about the like never mix shit that was going on in TikTok. And he was like, I want a black woman, but I'm too shy. And I was like, hey, you want to make a Scanda N-word? Because I rolled it off the end there. I was smooth with that. I was like, you want to make a Scanda whiten? And he was like, I think I'm too old for you. You're Shakespeare, Ichigo? I know, I'm just so cool. The one black girl I know is very cool and smart. You know her very well. Do I? She in my head? Well, that's my story about interacting with an Irishman and a Scandinavian. The Irish guy was actually an alcoholic, which is really fitting. I don't want to go. I guess I'll check the poll. I don't want to go. We're all just having such a good time listening to me talk and not stop. Call of Night 46% still in the lead, but Jesus, I don't know if anything else will catch up. Y'all really don't want to see anime boys fucking in summer after Hikaru died? Ugh, can't believe this. The cool person I know, it's you, Ichigo. That one image of the guy from Smiling Friends pointing. I wrote this little like really shitty because I was talking about in the server. I was like, I really like Smiling Friends and South Park because I feel like the humor is similar, but it's different because it's like edgy humor, but it's like a different level. I can't tell, like Smiling Friends is like chaotic edgy, and South Park is like angsty edgy. I don't know, it's like woke edgy because they talk about woke things because they're edgy. They're addressing things that people don't want to address through edginess. Lawful edgy? I don't know, but they're both kind of like blunt shock humor, I guess, with edginess mixed in. And also like kind of casual writing almost in some cases, especially with like Randy Marsh. Not after the Jojo. We need to rotate boys fucking animes. You're funny, Artyom. Oh my god, and you're Slavic. Haha, you're so funny. You're so funny. And you're my mod. Oh, you know what happens. You know what happens between VTubers and their mods, huh? You know what they saying. You know what they say. Yeah, we already watched boys fucking in Jojo. We have to take a break. So I was like, so after I debated in the server and you guys were like, oh, I don't know, I think the humor's kind of different. I was like, I wonder what a crossover episode would be like, because I thought surely the creators of South Park and Smiling Friends would get along. Like they definitely smoke weed, right? They've got to. And guys that smoke weed are all the same. They're all the same. They're all the same guy. And so I was like, they got to get along. So what would a crossover episode look like? Because the shows are so unique, I don't think we'll get one. But it's fun to fantasize about that and naked men. So I got to writing as any talented writer does. I also, because I write so much, I should reveal I have a long ass fucking series written out about my VTuber lore that I have never commissioned anybody to put on paper. And I think I said I was debating putting it into like maybe like a video form and commissioning someone to like draw it in like an animatic style almost, in the way that other VTuber lore videos are. And I was like, I kind of wanted to like have it animated, but that's like expensive as fuck. And I'm already like financing a current animation I need for a music video. So I don't know. And then I was like, maybe it would be cheaper to commission someone to make a manga, right? So maybe it would be like a manga? I don't know, this kind of sounds like a better idea actually. So I do have lore. I just keep it a secret and never answer questions when it's brought up because I'm broke. But I have written it out. And I thought maybe I could just post it in like book form. But like, who's gonna read that but you guys? I don't know. Nobody gives a shit. It's gotta be in flashy video form. And I also have a original song in the works that's also lore based. That's cool. I don't know, I think I've done a good job. It's not like people don't know what I am and what I do. It's pretty obvious, I think. But so as I was saying, I got to writing and I have this really rough outline of a Smiling Friends x South Park crossover, and I don't know if I want to like put it into video form and like just kind of edit it like stick figures just kind of moving around, just like still images, or if I want to like put effort into it and like green screen already existing videos of the like South Park characters and Smiling Friends characters talking, like how far I want to go with it and use like other AI voices and CAI to make it like a genuine episode to the best of my ability. I don't know what to do, but it exists now, and I think it's pretty cool. I still have to like, I tried to keep the humor the same. I don't think I could create the amazing level of jokes that like they both have. Maybe I have to get high like their creators and then write the episode. I haven't created anything high, which is, it's a damn shame. But yeah, it exists, and I'm debating like, what do I even do with it when it's created? Because that's not that has nothing to do with what I post here. But I have like no other platform to post it on. You guys are just gonna be like, oh, that's my Ichigo making weird crossovers. Get high, girl. Am I crazy high? Because like that Among Us and Repo stream, I was so scared. I was like, dude, I am definitely just saying slurs and don't know right now. Like, I'm definitely just like blacked out, and I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm just talking gibberish, and they don't understand, and I'm just hallucinating the chat is what I thought was happening. I feel like I'm just like a dislikable person when I'm high. I don't know. They're not fun to think about. I can't stand them. Are you a man? Are you a man? Is that why? I want the Ichigo doc. It's been sitting there forever. It has been. Because I wrote it before it debuted. And it exists. I guess I could just be like, here. Real fans will read it. Real OGs will read it. But I kind of just wanted it to be like a boom, fully animated episode drop that nobody was expecting. But I don't know, because I have so many other projects I'm budgeting and balancing. It might be like, if it was animated, it might take like 5 years to come out. And even VTubers with just like huge funds, like lots of donations, they have plenty of money, don't even animate their lore videos. So maybe there's something to it that I'm just not realizing. You weren't saying slurs, but you did coerce me into drinking. What? What? What I did? I coerced a minor into drinking? No. Now I need to commit seppuku or whatever he said. Wait, this is the perfect age for us to recreate that DM in. Hyper, you want to create incriminating DMs that only people who get the joke will understand? Well, you didn't. I drank because I wanted to. You drink Guinness. I remember you cracked open the Guinness and the biggest fucking smile got on my face and I was so giggly. I was like, oh hell yeah. I'm so proud. I was so happy. But I was like, I didn't want to express my happiness because when I'm high, I'm paranoid of being canceled. And I was like, dude, if I... Wait, I remember being locked on. I was locked in. I was trying so hard not to laugh at anything you said. Because I was like, if I laugh at what a minor is saying, they're gonna think I'm a pedophile. They're gonna think I'm a pedophile for laughing. I was like, I cannot laugh. I can never laugh at a minor's joke ever. Because that makes me a pedophile. So I was like trying not to be so friendly. I was trying to act like I hate you, but it didn't work. It didn't work because I was high. And I can't be mean when I'm high. I can't be mean really sober, but I was trying so hard. I was trying so hard not to be so proud of the minor I coerced into drinking while on drugs for all to see. But it's not what it looks like, guys. It's not what it looks like. Because I'm autistic, so I can do no wrong. I just pull out the we were both minors at the same time excuse that like weirdos pull out. No, you guys don't get it. I was 17 and he was 5. It's the same thing. 17 is still a child. Have you guys seen the people that say shit like that? They're like, 17 is still a child. They're still a child. This sounds like I'm just mad about 17-year-olds not being of age, like out of context. I'm talking about 17-year-olds that like do really weird shit. And then, like borderline pedophilic shit, and then they're just like, guys, I'm still a child. I'm still a child, guys. I'm not mad. I'm not mad that 17-year-olds are minors. That's not what I'm mad about. So what you're saying is you're just a tsundere. No, because dure is like a love type. Well, what's the friend type? Guys, I just remembered something. When I was like 14. I was like fairly progressive, but I was like, oh, all these genders and pronouns. There's just too many. I wasn't like against they them. I wasn't against they them. I was against neo pronouns. Now I don't understand them, but I don't really give a shit. Like I could not care less. But at the time I was just like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. And also it was around this like time of like where like the stereotype of a social justice warrior was very real, and people were just like, I don't know what they were doing. They're being strange. So I was like, I was tired of seeing it. I was just like, I don't get it all this shit. And then I knew like the difference between like bisexual and pansexual and dare I say omnisexual. I don't know the difference between pansexual and omnisexual. I don't know actually. But I was accepting of all those and like, you know, asexual, all that shit. And then we got into like the demisexual territory and I was like, I don't know. These labels seem like they don't need to exist. And guys, I'm a demisexual, so I have the right to dog on other demisexuals because that makes me a member of the LGBT community. So basically I can say slurs. But no, demisexuals, I don't think those are real people. They are not real. They're strange. That's weird. For those who don't know, demisexual means that you don't have sex with someone unless you have a relationship with them. Yeah, that's a whole different type of sexual orientation. That's a part of the gay community, am I right? Like, what the fuck? My bad for waiting a bit. Or something. So I was like, yeah, no, that doesn't need to exist. And then they got into like the romantic territory and they were like, I am bisexual, heteroromantic, I'm omnisexual, biromantic. I was like, what is happening? So then I made a fake like bio. It was like an ironic bio. Where I was like, you know, since we're categorizing it into sexual romantic, let's add another one, which is friendly. So when I saw that Tsundere, I was like, no, it doesn't count because it's romantic and we're friends. I was like, I remember when I did something like this. So my bio said it was like heterosexual, biromantic, omni-friendly. Because I was making fun of all the labels. Omni notices it but still likes them. Did you Google that? Thank you for clarifying. I thought the difference was that Pan is attracted to all gender and Omni didn't care. Like, it was just like everything. Omni. Things like that. I don't know. And then at the time, because it was like 2016 amino time, there were just like sheets of just like 50 different sexual orientations. And I was like, isn't it like one, either, both, any, or all? Like, why do we need 50? I did Google that, yes. I hope I don't sound like a conservative for saying this. Oh, I already gave y'all 5 sexualities. And now y'all want 10? In my opinion, not to like backtrack on all the conservative grifting I've been doing, but in my opinion, it doesn't need labels. It's a fluid thing. It doesn't need so many labels like that in the first place. Same with the genders. Isn't that the whole point of gender, is that it's different from your sex? And it's more of like an expression? Why label it and box it into different things? Wasn't that was the whole moral of the story? Because sometimes people's pronouns don't match their gender, so it's like it doesn't really clarify anything at all. The way you express yourself is still the same. It's like a fluidity thing. I don't think we need 60 names for the genders. Just say it's fluid. It's a fluid thing. Good night, Rongong. I hope I don't sound like an alt-right person, by the way. I hope I don't sound like that. But yeah. I'm gonna check the voting. Ah, no gay guys. No gay guys. Drat! Fuck! I just wanted to see 2 guys clapping it! With alien shit! Aliens involved! After Hikaru died! A girl can't have anything she wants. I guess we're watching the super small niche anime Call of the Night. What even is that? Has anyone heard of that? I don't know what that is. Do you guys? I've never heard of it. It's probably shit, and it probably has ugly girls in it. I felt so bad when I went to Buffalo Wild Wings with my lesbian friend I made, and she was I sent her pretty girls that I think are pretty, and she's like, yeah, those are pretty girls. And then this is the one whose girlfriend got jealous when she showed her a picture of me. She was like, that is not a straight woman, bro. That is not a straight woman. And she was jealous, and she was like, why does she pay for everything? Why does she keep taking you out to eat? And then they broke up. Oh my god, they broke up, right? They broke up. And then me and her stayed friends, me and the lesbian. And then I went out to sushi, and her ex-girlfriend was my waitress at the sushi place, and we just locked eyes on each other. And she was like, here's your receipt. And I was like, thank you. I am not fucking your bitch right now. Like, we do still go out to eat though, and we talk about you. And we talk about how it all fell apart. Now bring me my sushi. I tipped though, I tipped. I wasn't a dick. Ichimayongi till like 27 minutes. Dude, when I first debuted, because I was learning kanji through Anki, which sucks. You have to write it out, that's way easier. I would spend hours crying sometimes, just sitting in front of my Anki deck, doing the last 10 cards over and over and over because I sucked at remembering these words. And it was just awful. So don't worry, it will get worse. It will get worse. Next time, write down 4 gay animes and let them choose. Yeah. Only yaoi options. Let's see, what are the options? There's The Giant Titan's Bride. That's a good one. What's that ugly one where all the guys... It's like Junjo Romantica or something. You know that one. Dramatical Murder and Maiden Rose. Those are our options. I've only seen the girl from Cold Night around online, that's about it. Yeah, she's hot as fuck, isn't she? Did you see the Zoom call where the world's gonna be? What? The Zoom call? Like in Discord? Battleton's is so sick. Thank you, Kyle. I'm glad you're here. We actually finished discussing it, but there is a very broken up VOD full of random side stories that you can watch. But I'll probably clip it, like edit it, and then post it as a video so other people can, like, I don't know, rewatch it in a more condensed way. So I should get around to that in about 2 years, so stay tuned. Because I edit all my streams in order, and right now I'm at the ones in 2003, and it takes me about like a week to edit one. So 5 years, trust. You can watch the stream free of rambles. I'm surprised you haven't suggested Yuri on Ice for Reno Club yet, unless I miss it. Yeah, I haven't. Okay, the thing about that one is I'm scared it's gonna make me feel such intense emotions that I cry, and that's embarrassing. I'm so scared about Kanji Dog. I wish you had Shirobe Jisho. Or no. Shirabe Jisho. Just like practice them by grade and make sure, like, practice writing them is the most important thing, is to write from memory. That will make it way easier to read it. That wasn't as bad as fuck. The new War of Worlds, maybe whole movie takes place in Zoom. What the fuck? What are these ideas? No way. How is Hollywood not in debt yet? Like, their movies kind of suck recently. Oh, anyway, so I was out to eat with my lesbian friend, and she was like, "You're sure you're not, like, bisexual? Because you look very bisexual." I was like, "No, but sometimes I do want to buy, like, one of those, like, full-thighed fleshlights so I can practice, like, licking it, because I feel like I'd be really good at pussy eating." I just feel like I would be. And I just kind of want to try it, but I'm not gay. I've never, ever been sexually or romantically attracted to a woman ever in my life. I did have a girlfriend in high school on accident, though. For a week. You guys want to hear something, like a funny detail about my friend group and from middle school to high school, that whole friend group? So all three of them were bisexual, allegedly. And they were the most straightest looking women. I was the one that was, like, alternative looking, and I got beat the fuck up for being gay. Everyone thought I was gay and everyone thought I was trans. And I got beat the fuck up for both. I got beat up. I got my nails ripped off, bro. Like, it was brutal. I think I've said this before, but, like, yeah, everyone hated me. They were like, "You're gay." They called me the F word. And as a result, I started using it. I was like, "Yay, I've earned it." I started using it. And I kind of stopped. And then we were listening to, like, this rock song, and the F word was in it, and I lip synced it. I didn't even say it, I lip synced it, and they were like, Ichigo, we just want to talk to you about lip syncing the F slur, cause we don't even, you're not gay. So I was like, dude, everyone who looks at me thinks I'm gay. I get called an FAG and, like, the TRANY on a monthly basis. It hasn't stopped. Like, I'm like, you guys, You guys, it's never happened, you guys. And when I would get bullied for being gay, even though I wasn't gay in front of them, guess what they did? Jack shit. They looked the other way. So I'm like, you want to come on to me for saying slurs? I've earned them. I've earned my slurs. You earn yours. You want me to beat you up right now so you can say it too? And then they were like, they didn't talk to me for a week till I apologized for that. And to this day, they were the type of girls that were like, I'm bisexual because I think Sydney Sweeney is hot. I'm bisexual because I think Nicki Minaj is hot. And one of them was like, actually, I made a joke because it was back in like 2016 when like 50 different sexualities existed. So I sent them one that was like, it said bisexual but only with attraction to one gender. And so I said, hey, I think you guys are this, because they had never dated a girl up to this point. They had only expressed interest in guys. And I was like, hey, I think you guys are this thing. And they were like, no, we're not. You're being such a bitch right now. We're not. We are bisexual. We do like girls. To this day, all three of them are in relationships with men. One of them with my ex. Never dated a girl. I dated a girl in high school on accident, and none of them have actually committed the act of bisexuality. Actually, I did kiss a girl. I kissed a girl on the cheek. So yes, I'm gay. I'm an FAG, and I'll say the word. They haven't earned it. They haven't earned it. I've earned it. I'm more gay than they are. And to this day, all three of them are in a relationship, a long-term relationship with a man, and they've never even kissed a girl. But I have. I've kissed a girl, and I'm not gay. So I could say the slur. Never ask a bi girl how her boyfriend is doing. Dude, I'm so fed up with bi girls, bro. I'm so fed up with them. I'm so fed up. But yeah, none of them dated a girl. Oh, and then the one I sent the joke pic meme about bisexuality with attraction only to one gender. She was like, no. Also, whenever a girl hit on them, they'd be like, ew. It was so gross. Like, what the fuck? That one, she changed her sexuality to lesbian. To this day, has never dated a woman and is dating my ex-boyfriend. But maybe he's a femboy. I don't know what he's up to. But yeah, to this day, my whole friend group, all three of them, bi girls who told me I can't say the F slur. Never dated a girl. I dated a girl before them, and I kissed a girl before them. And I got beat up for being gay. Who would have guessed? But they told me I can't say the F slur. It's like, I don't know how to feel about it. Because I'm not gay, so I can't make the rules, but I get mistaken for gay, and I get treated as gay, and I get called gay. So like, what's the difference? Why can't I say I'm gay? In a rather rude way. You know, I actually have a video of me saying it. But it was back when my voice was all fucked up, so nobody can pin it as me. Digital footprint gone. Actually, I should find the video. Slur stream? Is it technically a slur stream if it's like a video from 16 years ago? That's so embarrassing, bro. Should I play this video so you guys can see how I sounded it when I was a teenager and I got accused of being trans? Is it time? Is it time for the 14-year-old Ichigo voice reveal release? Okay, no, the slur is cut off. I'm not shy about it. I've mentioned that before I was able to talk so long. My voice sounded very raspy, and I did sound trans at some points, so, but I had a very deep voice. I had a very deep voice when I was a kid. I sounded like a boy when I was just like a boy. Like, boys kind of sound like girls when you're kids anyway, but I sound like a boy. And then when I was like 9, I hit puberty really quickly, and my voice just got way deeper. Like I could have impersonated like a grown woman. You sounded trans? What does it even mean? I sounded like a boy. Like, I sounded not like a boy. I sounded like a trans girl, I guess what I'll say. I sounded like a boy forcing their voice up, but even then it wasn't like making me sound like a girl. And I think my mother had a testosterone hormone imbalance, like she produced testosterone, so she grew like beards and stuff that she had to shave, so I can't tell if that was passed down to me. But for whatever reason I had a very deep voice when I was younger, and so people always thought that I was trans, and my voice would also crack, like the way that the other preteen boys' voices cracked. My voice would crack. It still kind of cracks, but my voice would crack, and I had a very, very deep voice. And so the video that I'm going to play, it sounds deep here, but this was actually recorded about a year before I debuted. And this was around the time I had started trying to talk more, because my voice sounded so scratchy and like low, and it kind of hurt to talk. Like if I talked too long, I would just like lose my voice. Like I probably couldn't talk for max like 30 minutes. I would lose my voice and it would just be like air and like that sound like when somebody has mucus in their throat, I guess. I don't know. It sounded like that. So the video I'm going to play with the with the slur, was after I had been training my voice really hard to try and sound like a girl. And I can't find the other videos from it. I'm trying to find them. It was like quite a few videos I took to document my voice changing. And I was on estrogen for like a year as well, but that was like after I got accused of being trans. I documented like how my voice was going, because I couldn't even talk like I don't even know, like I couldn't talk like the deepest voice I've used on stream. I couldn't even talk in that manner because my voice was so deep it couldn't hit that. It was like not even, it wasn't deep, it was that it was scratchy, kind of like in the way that I didn't sound like Corpse, but like the way that Corpse's voice is almost like all like I don't know, like not even vocal cords, it's like rattly, if that makes sense, to where it's not so much like an actual like note, like a pitch that you're saying, it's just like kind of like vibrations at that point. That's how it was. So it wasn't so much that it was deep, it's that it was just like fucking scratchy as shit and kind of deep. And when I would try to sound like a girl, it just kind of like cut out. Like I was kind of stuck talking in this really scratchy masculine voice, or not masculine, voice that sounded like I was trying to pretend to be a girl, because I did sound like feminine, but I sounded in a way that I shouldn't have sounded at 11 years old, and it never went away. So I trained my voice. So this video is actually about like probably like about 2 years into me training my voice to sound like a girl. Ichigo transgender arc. I got bullied for being trans a lot. I was never trans, but I know there are some girls just born with voices like that. I think mine was just a result of like the mucus in my throat that doesn't leave. But currently at this point in time, I cannot recreate this voice. I'm really proud of myself for how I sound today, because I cannot recreate this voice at all. But there was a time where I was stuck sounding like this. You guys are gonna see what I mean. Unfortunately, I can't find any other videos. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Goodbye? Let me back! Let me back! Nothing's working! Help me! Oh my god, I was clicking it, I couldn't leave. Your voice was deep or something? I guess? If you want to describe it like that, I kind of sound like a gay guy. I had like other videos documenting it, but for some reason the only one I have on this computer is me just saying the slur. I think it was in response. It was like a Snapchat. I think my friend sent me something. Oh yeah, I think they were like, Ichigo, you're acting gay. Why are you acting gay? And I was like, I'm a F slur. That's why I'm acting gay. But I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I've only kissed a woman. I've only kissed a woman once. Let me hear and I'll be the judge. Let me find it. Let me play it and see what it sounds like. I got told that I sound like a smoker. Keep in mind, I was like a kid here. Like I was like 14. Or no, I was like 15. And I had been, before this, I cannot specify enough, before this video, my voice was deeper. This video was after progress I made, making my voice sound more like a girl. So, I have no videos, well, I probably have like a few, but I don't have much videos of my voice when it sounded like this. I don't have I have even less videos of when it was deeper because I was so insecure about it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a listen real quick because I haven't watched it in a while. Open the dude. Nothing works. Nothing works. Nothing works. Oh my god. I think it's just that my mouse is like broken. I don't know. It's being weird. Double click. Okay, here it goes. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude. And this is after practicing? Oh my god. I haven't heard this in forever. A heartwarming, tearful Ichigo transgender story. Ichigo sees herself before estrogen. I don't think you guys are ready. That's why I get insecure when people are like, "Oh, I bet you didn't sound like this a while ago." I didn't, but I sounded in a manner that I can't recreate because I had a lot of vocal problems because of various issues. It's not so much that I'm making myself sound this way. But at this point in time, I am lucky because this is the only way I can talk, and if I talk lower, my voice just also cuts out. I lose my voice if I talk lower. It turns into like air. And I can't keep it up. I have to talk this way to kind of like, as I describe it, keep my voice above the mucus or else it'll go away. Okay guys, Ichigo slur reveal. I don't know why this is the way we're doing it, but I'm gonna try out the BGM. Okay guys. It's okay, I'll always for you, alright? Thank you guys for accepting my my gender transition journey. VTuber shows her real voice on live. Okay, 15-year-old Ichigo voice reveal after like 1 year of practicing sounding like a woman. Let's go. I'm scared. Let me see if it's like loud enough. I'm scared. I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. There will be a slur at the end. I just have to warn you guys. There will be a slur. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Okay, here it goes. VTuber reveals her real voice on live. No, because I'm a VTuber, so it just looks like I'm saying the slur. No, guys, I don't say slurs. I only say the N-word. Alright. Alright, I can't recreate this voice anymore. I've done a lot of voice practice, especially being a VTuber has helped, so I cannot even talk in this voice range anymore. And the deepest voice I can do, so don't ask me to like do this voice in like a mommy way or anything. I hope I never sound this way again, honestly. Okay, here it goes.
Hey King, I don't know if
Oh my god, it's so deep. I mean, it's so quiet. Hold on. It's quiet, so it's not picking up.
Hey King, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm a faggot.
It's so quiet. You guys want to hear that again? Can we get a replay? Slur replay cam? I don't think she can say that. Yeah, who is this bitch?
Hey King, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm a faggot.
Oh, it's so embarrassing. This is so incriminating. But you guys know I have to confess my sins on live, so you guys will never be caught off guard if I get canceled. I hope you guys are relieved that I confess every single thing I've ever done on live, so that anytime I get canceled, like Ichigo's talking to minors, you guys are like, no, she's not, because she spills all of her personal information on live every day, and she never said anything about talking to minors. Hey, trust, if she said that slur, we would have heard about it. She would have confessed on stream because she felt so guilty. It is different. I don't know. Can you guys hear any like resemblance of her in here in my voice? That would have been like a dream to sound like a girl for that Ichigo. Being like a 15-year-old girl and sounding like that. Cause keep in mind, it was deeper before that. That was after. Cause I have other videos that I can't find. I don't know why that's the only one I could find. I have other videos where I was like, oh, this is like I couldn't even make my voice like what's the lowest I can do, like uh like I don't know, like around here. I couldn't make my voice sound like this. And I would try to talk like that and I'd be like, that's the highest it can go, and it would like cut out. It was just like air. And I would document. I was like, this is what this is what my voice sounds like one day on estrogen. No, I wasn't on estrogen. I trained my voice to be able to talk like this. I guess not like this, not in the VTuber voice, but like to be able to talk not so scratchily on my own. I'm shaking so much. I don't know why I'm shaking so much to even admit that like I sounded like that at one point. It does sound like a gay man, but it's not particularly unwomanly. I've heard plenty of women like that. Yeah, but I was like a kid, and I sounded deeper at 11. I have like an old camera where I recorded Minecraft Let's Plays, and anytime I like talked on like the mic or like the PUBG mic, people always thought I was like a grown woman. And they'd be like, "Oh, you're such a fucking loser grown woman on this game. Get the fuck out of here." Like I was like I either sounded like a grown woman or I sound like a boy. Um and then my voice would crack also all the time. That was after I was, as I said, that was after I'd been practicing. So at that point I sounded like a grown woman. There was a time where I just sounded like a teenage boy at some point. It was really weird. And I don't know why I sounded that way. I actually wasn't insecure really about it. I was more so insecure about the fact that I couldn't speak very long without it cutting out and turning into air. That was my main concern. And so I was like, yeah, why the fuck do I talk this way in the first place? Because I don't think it was something that like I learned. I think it was just like something wrong with like the mucus in my throat because I had asthma back then, and I think it might have just been like a series of bad habits or something, or just lack of breathing regulation that made me talk that way and default. I'm not really sure, but as I said, I can't I can't recreate it now, so I'm just gonna assume it was like a temporary health thing. Um, but yeah, that's how I sounded back then when I was a kid. Deeper when I was a kid. But that was when I was a 15-year-old girl. I do have oh my god, I do have a video. I have a video actually around the time I think when I was 16, so I had made progress. That was when I was 15. And then I have this video back when I used to be more of like a meme voice actor, and I used to make meme voice acting things. You guys wanna hear it? I don't know how loud it is actually. It might hurt you guys' ears, I don't know. It's actually a top text, bottom text. It has a picture of an angry anime girl and it has top text, bottom text on it with what I'm saying. So try to picture that vividly. Actually, no, I'm gonna take a screenshot and then I'll put it on screen and then I'm gonna play the video so you guys can have like the immersion. Come on. Come on. Let me screenshot it. Let me screenshot it. Oh, you want to get screenshotted so badly? I have to. Oh my god, I have to full screen it. Can I pop it out? What? Pop out? It won't turn white. It just has like the play button on it. What? I press play and then it goes away and then it comes back. Ah! I can't even take a screenshot. It comes back. Visual reference is important. It is. It is important. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get this visual reference for you guys. Stat. Because this is a meme that 16-year-old Ichigo put a lot of hard work into. A lot of hard work into to make happen. Okay. I found a really shitty, low quality. This was back when I could make my voice kind of go back and forth. I've finished puberty though. I think I'm just stuck this way. I don't know, I wonder if I overcorrected my voice sometimes because I did get beat up for being trans all the time. Also being black, it's like you kind of just like get accused of being trans just for being a black woman. So I might have overcorrected it a bit, but it doesn't like I'm not like straining to talk this way. It's not like I'm not like up in my head. I don't know what it's called, like the head voice. I think my voice has like highs and lows, and it still sounds like this in me. Okay, I got the picture. It's a Guinness picture. No, replace that shit. Replace that shit. Where's my screenshots file? Where did it go? Where did it go? No! I have to send it in Discord. and I have to send it to somebody to save it. You know what else is important? You, I guess. I guess so. If you guys say so, then I guess I am. I'm gonna send this to... I'm gonna send this to Angel, okay? Angel, you get the picture, and then I have to download it. Why is it a web file? Oh my god, this shit sucks! I'll screenshot the screenshot and then save it as a picture, since for some reason the computer thinks everything I want to download online. Oh my god, I saw the butt stick person goatee picture I made in my files still. I want to see Calm. Calm, you'll get to see what 16-year-old me made in momentarily. Jesus. That butt picture keeps jump scaring me. Okay, here's the picture to go along with it, and I'm gonna play the audio that I did when I was 16. So I've made more voice progress at this point. Isn't it great? And I put a little filter over it, so I'm gonna play this now. Where did it go? I lost it. Video output. Yes, give me that. Give me that. Put that on the screen. I'm gonna test the sound here.
I won't let any.
Okay, there we go. I sound more similar now, but it's, I don't know, something's different. I don't know. Maybe I sound the same. Alright, 16-year-old Ichigo reveal.
I won't let anything happen to you, dummy. Dum-dum. Freaking vodka. You freaking idiot. You absolute, you insolent fuck.
This is my 13th reason. Oh, what are you doing? You should have been making content like this when you were 16. You didn't make anime girl top text, bottom text, voiceovers when you were a kid? Or I guess a teenager? I don't know why I call teens kids. It wasn't that long ago. For me. Quick plot twist? Yeah. It was like... I actually don't know why I made this. I made this on my own. This is a original... This is an original creation. This wasn't like a picture I found on Pinterest and just like voice it over. Like I made this. Why'd you transmogrify into the avatar? What? I wonder if I have any videos of me even talking. I talk in AV when I'm like out, and I slip into it, as my friends say, when I get mad and I start quote unquote talking black, as they say. I feel like you can still hear the accent when I talk. A little bit. I did learn AV half and half though, because I only have one black parent. So some of my words have av accent, and then the others are white people's pronunciation. Bro, I cannot click. Can I end a stream even? I can't click shit. Why is it 2 a.m.? Am I tripping? I started streaming at what, 4? What, 4 plus 9? 2? No, that doesn't make sense. 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're 2 hours ahead. We should be 2 hours behind. What the fuck? No, this can't be real. This can't be real. Oh, no. Why is it 2 a.m.? Why is it 2 a.m.? Why is it... No, this can't be. This can't be. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, God. Okay. I guess I'll go to bed. Ichi, it's okay. We're here for you. Thank you for supporting me on my gender transition. I wish I had more documentation of my voice when I was younger, but not really, because I don't really like listening to it because it doesn't sound like me. Because my personality was the same. I was still like a happy girl who loved geese, and I felt like my body was not respecting my wishes. Or the gender I wished to be perceived as. You say we need to get some sleep soon. Well, I hate to keep you up, Meepy. Oh, I have to pick... I guess we're doing Call of the Night. I think that's what it was. Wait, what? What happened to Full Metal? There's 17 votes? What? Never mind. Sorry, Hyper. Like your submission ain't shit. Alright, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Fantastic. Alrighty. My apologies, Hyper. That wasn't very nice. Okay, thank you guys for joining me for my Rambly Anime Club. What? What did I say? Why is my chat there? Huh? I didn't say shit! What do you mean? Bro's speaking and nothing coming out. Alright, thank you guys for hanging out with me for this week's anime club. Sorry for rambling so much. I just had such a short stream yesterday. I just couldn't take it. I just had to explode. Thank you, Hypersonic, for reaching level 7. Thank you. Thank you, Angel78 for reaching level 4. Thank you. And thank you, Meepy Morphs, for reaching level 3. Thank you. And thank you, mods. Let me see if I can drew it on the draw. I need to have like a sticky note. Thank you, mods. Arthur D, Meepy Morphs, Angel178, exclamation question mark, Armani, Penguin Nutbuster Boy, Sanji, Hapelnik, Yotman, or Yotman, I don't know, Yotman, and Train Printer. Thank you. I'm okay. I keep burping. Thanks for the fun stream, Ichigo. It was a fun time. I keep having to burp hearing you up. Thank you. It's always fun to hang out with you guys too. I wish I could stay up and stream forever because I'm not tired, but I have this really bad habit of enjoying you guys' presence too much, and I tend to stay here forever as long as I want, and that's not good because I want to stay here till 7 a.m. and I put a lot of effort into fixing my sleep schedule. I guess I can just get up early and start streaming at 6 a.m. if I want to so badly. Decisions. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow for, I think it's Roblox at, I think it's at 9 still. Roblox at 9, I believe. And, oh, my dad said he was going to take me out on Saturday. It shouldn't keep me out too late, but he also might keep me out late because I have no idea how much he respects my wishes. So he might keep me out late, and my phone might die, so I might not be able to, like, even tell you guys. So if I don't show up to the stream tomorrow, I mean on Saturday, I'm really sorry. I'm being held hostage by a absent black father. Because I have to go try on dresses for the wedding. So yeah, and it's in Kansas City, I think, so it's like far away. So yeah, I should be, it's at 9, I put it late, so it's not like it's at 7, so I might miss it, so I should be home in time. I'll also be busy on Saturday, so we'll both be miserable then. Evening. I need to schedule the nuclear thing tour. I don't know if they even allow cameras. Like, I feel like they might. I'm not watching Full Metal Alchemist, just be pretty. It's pure slub and garbage and the worst thing ever. Oh, I forgot to do the calculator to see how many we should watch a day to finish. So it's 64. If we have, in theory, 7 days, let me see. So if we start today, hypothetically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days. 64 divided by 7. 9 episodes a day. It is summer. You guys think we can do it? I can't click anything. This sucks. Anyway, 9 episodes a day. We can. We're the losers. I'm the alpha. I'm the leader. I'm the one to trust. We're the gooners. We're the losers. Okay. I trust we can do it. So it says 9.14 episodes a day. To be safe, just watch a little more on the first day, and that should cover that percentage. Or watch 1 or 2 episodes in ×2 speed. That should be fun. I think we can do it, guys. Oh my god, dude. That means there's like 64 episode slides I have to do. No. We'll have to do this in a different way. I think I'm gonna do it in like little episode blurb story point summaries. I'm gonna use each mega story point as like a part of a timeline, and I'm gonna take notes this time, and I'm just gonna write any notes of things I want to bring up in between those, and then that's how I'm gonna do it. And I'll do it in like episodes like 1 through 10, episodes 10 through 20. It would be long. It would be long, wouldn't it? If there's a particularly hard to digest episode, I'll give it its own slide, but I won't be so inefficient, trust. Yeah, timeline. Okay. So, I think we've decided. I think we can do 9 and maybe 10 episodes a day. I think if we just lock in, it'll be good. This is a test. This is a test for those of us in the anime club, but I think we can do it. I took it so seriously to be on the schedule of episodes when I was in my first semester of college. I was like, cause I was watching like Kino no Tabi, like I had it like on the dashboard while I was driving to school, cause it's like an hour-long drive, and I would just like listen to it and peek over if I wanted to see something visual. And I have it like while I was walking to class. Oh, what a freak. But it's fine because I'm the president of anime club and I'm really, really cool. And it's the highest honor. I have no higher calling than to stream here for you guys every night. I won't glaze you guys. I was about to go on a glazing rant. Oh, never mind. I do want to glaze you guys because I had something I wanted to say. And when I was talking about, you know what, my chat wouldn't like me being treated this way. I've already talked about how you guys are so cool and how you guys have changed my life and all that boring shit. But because I've started going to a therapist, they had asked in the little survey, they were like, do you feel that you have something important to contribute to society or the world? And I thought about it and I was like, no, I personally don't think so. But you guys have said I do, and because I value and respect you guys' opinions way more than my own, I was like, well, they say I do, so I guess the answer is yes. So I checked yes because of you guys. Basically. It also, I guess you guys, as I said, you guys also, cool and nonchalant president. Yeah, you guys like there are just things like I take care of myself way more because of you guys. I think I've said this before, like before I started streaming, I literally had like nothing to do. Like I was just like I studied Japanese, I do my flashcards and then I'd watch some anime and then I'd just like cry. I'd cry over animated boys because I was so lonely and I would just watch anime boy edits and cry in front of my computer till 7 a.m. and then go to sleep and sleep till 7 p.m. and then just repeat. Do my flashcards, be sick, cry over anime boys, repeat. It was so bad. My therapist at the time was like, I think you need to stop watching those anime boys. I was like, no, never. Then I bought an anime body pillow and I was a little happier then. But I had like literally nothing to do. And so when I started streaming as like a way to be like, yeah, if I stream, then people will know that I am a person that's alive and I won't just rot away in my room for years. And I genuinely don't know what would have happened if I never made that like impulse decision to join this group and become a VTuber. I have no idea. It's like a scary thought actually. Because it was just kind of like an impulse thing. I was like, oh, I don't know. Maybe it won't be like a scheduled thing. Maybe I'll just post whenever I feel like it, like every few months. I don't know. But it became I cannot stress enough a crucial part of my identity as a person. As I said before, my pride and joy. And like every time I take those like mental health surveys at school and it's like, do you have anything that you like look forward to? Can you see yourself doing something in the future? Do you have goals? Do you feel part of a community? Do you have things to look forward to? In any other universe it would have been no. And it was no for like my whole life, but like because of the community I made here, it's always yes, yes I do. I do have goals, and ever since I started, I just had this like I wanna get better and I wanna get healthier and I want them to see me get healthier and I want them to see me progress through life and be proud of me. And even if I can't run anymore like I wanted to, and even if I can't like join my college's track team at any point in time anymore, it's like I still have other goals and past politics like I used to have. Because at the time I think it derived from I felt like I was so useless and I really did want to help people. But I felt like that was literally all I could do, was be a slave to the government. And after this, it's like I found something, like I was sacrificing my happiness to be around worldly problems constantly and worldly conflict, and I still feel drawn to that. That's a responsibility I feel for myself that I have to return to when I'm older. But for now, I have something that makes me much more happier and fulfilled, and it's much more important to me, if that makes sense. So I'm every day I'm really thankful for, I guess, my impulse decision, but also you guys. I guess I try not to cry, but like it's like I have like so many songs. I'm like, I want to cover this song, and I want them to see the song, and I want them to see how much work and effort went into it, and to be proud. And one day I want to have like a concert or something, and they'll be like, that's my Yoshi, that's her, if that makes sense. Look at what she's doing. She's singing and dancing and shit. I'm so proud. That's my anime girl who stinks. I don't know if that makes sense. I am sorry. I just can't help glazing you guys. I'm so grateful. Yeah, I can't even like fathom where I would be. I have no idea if I never became a VTuber or started learning Japanese, because that was kind of a crucial part of my life as well. But being a VTuber is kind of what helped me, I think get the mental strength, because mental strength is important when you're sick. And I remember being in the hospital, and they would ask me like, "Do you have anything like to look forward to? Do you have anyone at home that cares about you?" And the answer would have been no. But I was like, I do have someone at home. I have people on my computer, and I had a stream I was supposed to do tonight, and now I'm stuck in the hospital. Things like that. Like there are people that care about me, and I care about them, and I want to progress through life and get better and not be sick all the time. I hope that if I'm ever able to run again, I hope someone edits me to some epic Brazilian funk music. I doubt that'll happen. I don't think I can run ever again. To be blunt, but if it happens, it's still a goal. And I was able to train and fall. So maybe who knows? Maybe they'll find what's wrong and I'll be able to run again. Maybe even if America won't take me, I can move to Japan and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, black girl, she's got those strong black genes," and I'll run faster than everyone else in the country at least. Maybe that's like a big goal, but it's a goal. So if that happens, I want to be edited to the funk music. Okay, that's what I want. That's my wish. But yeah, sorry for glazing, guys. I'm so embarrassed. Appreciate you enjoyed your lives as well. I looked at my coworker sadly. Oh, sorry, Angel. Well, you've got the Berrydroids now, and now you're a mod. So you gotta be here. You gotta stick around. Thank you for the hug, Tyroy hugs. Oh, thank you, Hyper. It's like an honor to have people that I guess I don't know how to care about me and what I do and what I post so much. I'm glad you should respect you and value. I respect you and value you as a person too, Angel. Very pretty, thank you, Tyre. Oh, she feels same about voice acting. It is really cool. I was actually thinking like I am kind of wanting to dabble in the voice acting industry again. I left it like partially for this, but not that it wasn't like a choice where I had to be like, oh, either that or VTubing. It was just like I wanted to do this more, but I'm kind of like, oh, it would be cool to voice characters in games. I just don't know who I would voice. Ichigo Mamusume. You're very funny. Thank you, Usain Bolt. Ichigo in the future, possibly. Maybe. Usain Bolt is in his 30s at this point, right? So I'm not too old yet. Despite the school making me feel like I have to be fucking scouted out when I'm 14. My bad for not intensively training when I was in 8th grade. Oh, I became a bitch fairly recently. I have to confess, because I'm usually not a bitch, but I became a bitch, okay? And I have to talk about why I became a bitch. Please do, I think you'd be amazing. Oh, thank you, Tyree. Maybe we can work together one time. Or sometime, I guess, not one time. I was out to eat with my family after I moved here, and I stopped training because I had to put my college in front of that, my education, my grades, because they won't let you on the team if your grades are bad in the first place. So I stopped training, and also it got colder out, and my health kind of got bad around this point randomly, so I was taking a break. And I my body tends to do this thing. Even when I was like a fit person, I would get progressively stronger, and then I would just kind of hit this like thing where like I suddenly couldn't even do like a girl push up or an assisted sit up. Like I would get really weak out of nowhere, and then I just couldn't work out anymore. It just happens randomly. So I was taking a break, and that's why I stopped. I didn't like give up or anything, and it got to the point where like my health was bad anyway. So I was like, oh well, yeah, I literally can't walk, let alone run. And so I was out eating with my family after I moved, so they helped me move, and then they were talking about how I think one of their friends wanted to run for college, and I was like, oh yeah, that's like a really cool ambition. Like I've wanted to do that for a while. I would love to run for college. And then one of them goes, oh well, you'd have to be a good runner for that. And I was just like, well, I got so bitchy, bro. I got so bitchy at the dinner table. Like I've never snapped like that before. I don't know. It just like hit me. I was like, well, sorry for fucking being sick for 4 years. I guess I should have been like training like Goku that whole time. And like, sorry for not grinding the shit out of my freshman year in high school and not running all the time. I didn't realize that was my last chance to be picked up for something I'd be doing in my 20s. My bad. I didn't realize what I did when I was 13 dictated what would be happening 10 years later, because for some reason they like to scoop up the minors and not any adults. And they were like, sorry, jeez, I didn't mean to make it. I didn't mean to make it so negative at the dinner table. I was like, yeah, well, maybe think about what you say around the people at the dinner table. I just kind of felt like a bitchy adult that didn't make it far in life, but I got really bitchy about it. I feel really bad. I feel really bad they had to see me that way. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen. If it happens, I'll let you guys know. Even if it did happen, I'd have to try really hard to get in like championships on TV. My goal isn't being on TV. I just want to run, but like it's the college people are already the best of the best, and the colleges be scouting out people from like Africa. They scout like Nigerians. They're like, oh yeah, give us your strongest runners, and I'm only half. So I was debating. I was like, should I do like Goku arc type training shit? Like, should I just chug the protein and put fucking 10 pounds on like a 10-pound weight on me and start teaching myself to sprint with that weight on me? Because I don't even think sprinters train like that. They train endurance. They don't train like running with weight. I was like, if I can somehow train with weight, I'll be unstoppable. But I also might throw up and pass out. So it's a hard drink the arginine and citrus. No more arginine and citric acid. I can't do it anymore. I kind of expect that my health problems will never fully go away, but I was a sprinter for a reason. I can't do like long-term running. I can sprint for like 13 seconds, you know? Nothing longer. So that's all I really need to do. But I kind of expect to like I was always kind of expecting to get to the point where I could run, but I might faint at the finish line maybe. Or I might kind of collapse a little bit. I thought that would just be my thing. Like, oh, she's such a good runner, but she just kind of collapses sometimes, but it's okay because she's cool. So maybe if I can just get to like that point, it'll be better. I think I was doing pretty well. I was making progress training. It was just because I had to use a high school track and field because there's no public track and fields. You have to use a high school or middle school one. And I was always paranoid the high schoolers could see me. And sometimes they were out like for gym class on the field, and I would be running on the track, and I was allowed to do that. Like I got permission from the coach. But I was just like so embarrassed, and then I tend to be like prone to twisting things. I have like weak hips, kind of. So anytime I like trip or something or pull something and I fall on the ground, which that's normal. That's not like me falling. That's like in track and field, you fall down, you pull shit, you trip, you eat shit on the pavement. That's just how it goes. if I had to eat shit in front of teenagers, and teenage boys are scary, bro. It's just like, I just kind of got shy, and then I was taking a break anyway, and then I didn't feel good. Oh, and I asked, okay, I called my college first. I was like, hey, can I use the track and field? They were like, oh, no. I was like, what the fuck? I'm a student here. Give it to me. Give it to me, please. But I think if I sneak on and I do it at night, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I think I just have to trespass and run like shit anyways. Trespass to not even be a good runner. Eating dirt for lunch, dude. When I was on the actual team, when me and my bestie were running, we would run together, and we were doing sprinting drills. And I did a misstart, and I ate shit. I fucking tripped and ate shit on the pavement. So that's always fun. It's funny though, cause I was more of like a sporty girl back then, so I just like laughed it off. I didn't cry or anything. I think if I like busted my nose, maybe that would suck, but nah, I'm pretty chill. I know, they got all weird about it, and I called a track that's named after my college. I was like, hey, can students use it? And everyone was fucking clueless. They were acting like it was just a bizarre question. They were like, I don't know, I don't think so. And I would call all the high schools. So I had to run at a high school that was 1 hour away from my college. So I would get out of class from college, drive an hour away to run, to train, and then drive home. Sucked. But honestly, that first step back onto the track again, it was really nice. It felt really good. I hadn't seen the track, as I said, in 6 years. Since the last time I walked away was because I had a hip injury. I think a hip flexor, and I walked away. And I talked about feeling, when I looked back at the track, the team when I walked away, everyone was training, the coach sent me home early, and I just had this hunch that that would be the last time I ever ran. And then that was the last time I ever ran. And I'm not stunted because of the hip injury. It was just like the way things turned out. But I think about that last moment a lot. So I finally got to step on the track finally again. And even if I didn't achieve my goal at the time, it was nice training and running. Even if I was alone and didn't have a team to run with. Because the track team is always really fun. If that makes sense. You just Bluetooth them health problems me or something. Bluetooth? It's the vampire bite. It'll teleport them to you like my vampire I made up and my story. Oh, anyways, it was nice to have my shoes stained red again from the track. I think they repainted this one blue. It had just been repainted, so it had that really nice fresh paint that stained my shoes the way they used to be stained. Oh, fun thing about my dad, I think he also got rid of my cleats. He got rid of my track cleats, my spikes, I guess is what they're called. He got rid of my spikes. So that was cool, that's great. Why would I want those? Why would I also want the only video footage of me coming in first in a race? That's stupid. Who needs that, right? Or my dog's collar, who gives a shit? But, so I don't have my spikes anymore. So it's kind of hard to run, because it's like, when you're sprinting, bro, it's like sometimes your foot like slips because you're going so fast. The spikes are really important. But it was nice to, I think like when I first, I did my stretches and my warm-ups and my endurance like jogging. But when I first did my like get down on your knee and like get into ready, like on your marks, get set, go position, it was like it was a nice feeling. I think I just like stayed there for maybe like 2 minutes. I think like 5 actually. Like I got into my on your marks position, and I felt the track under my fingers. And I could smell it, and I was like getting ready. I kept getting in set position, getting ready to sprint, and I just like I got like paralyzed with fear almost of like being disappointed because I hadn't ran in so long. Sprinted, I guess. I can run, but like sprinting is different. Or I guess I had ran at the time, but I couldn't sprint yet. And so that would have been my first time seeing it, and I kept like getting up and kind of pacing and like going back into the position and getting back on the track and getting in my set position, and I just kept doing it over and over again because I was so scared of like being disappointed and seeing how shitty I became. Or I think I was scared I was gonna start running or start sprinting again and then just immediately pull my hip again and then be stuck again. And I just had this like paralysis on it for a while. It was kind of some loser shit. I'm making it sound dramatic, but I got around to sprinting and it was kind of hard to get used to at first, but it was nice. It felt really nice that first time taking off. It was, even if I ran like shit, I still ran as fast as I could, so it felt nice. So I think I'm gonna try to talk to my cardiologist and maybe he'll be able to find what the problem is. And blah 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 and so on. I don't really know how it could be better because it comes in waves, and if your health comes in waves, it can affect your training because you kind of have to be consistent. But I trust that one day I'll be stronger and have my thunder thighs back, and I'll be a sprinter. You're allowed to go to bed right about now. I don't know. You guys are just so fun to talk to, and I only streamed for 2 hours yesterday, Hyper. Only 2 hours. Very strong. Thank you. My thighs actually didn't lose their muscle really. Not a lot actually. Because strong thighs are in my genes. I've always had muscular thighs. Even when I was bedridden and couldn't walk, I had muscular thighs. Yeah. If I do, I'll be like, y'all better tune into this channel. But then I'll be nervous because I'll eat shit on the pavement. Maybe I'll get nervous, I'll get shaky, and I'll trip. I'll trip on live. I'm getting sleepy, my bad. I guess we're all getting sleepy. I keep burping. That's the sign to go to bed. You know what they say? When the burp monster attacks you, it's time to go to bed. I was making fun of like I was talking about how like with my friend that I wanted to do VR chat like undercover content. Like it wouldn't be like a live stream. Like I would just start recording and go on to VR chat because you know they would like me, And I just wanted to record the really cringy interactions and how scared I'll be, but I'll have to remain silent and locked in character. So I was gonna record VR chat interactions, and I was like, no, I'm gonna come across those like freaks that are like furries and they're into like inflation and weird shit, and they always just have like a minor with them for some reason, and they'll be like, guys, we weren't even doing anything sexual together. We were just having a tummy tickle time. I'm doing this to heal my inner child. Playing with kids is how I heal my inner child's trauma. It's okay because both of our fursonas are minors. I think there's someone inflating over there. Wait, I could go into a furry inflation server and just do some fucked up roleplay. Like, my belly's getting so big. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I explain to God the Son how I'm behaving right now? How do I look him in the eyes? Jesus, Your Honor, it was funny. It was a funny joke. But is there actually anything sinful about inflation? Now these are the questions we need to be asking. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on 1 fucking minute. Bible verses. How do we even translate this into biblical question context? Bible verses about fetishes? No, it's different. Bible verses about, I don't know, inflation? I have to be smart about this. I have to do research, bro. Bible verses, I guess, about fetishes? About doing weird shit to your body? About, I don't know. I'm gonna have to open multiple tabs, okay? I need multiple tabs on this shit. I need like multiple sources. Let's just be blunt and look up Bible verses about inflation first, and then we're gonna go into fetishes and weird body shit territory. I don't know. Kinks? What does the Bible say about kinks and fetishes? Kinks and fetishes in Christianity? In Christianity and the Bible? Chat, I just realized, I just looked at my curtains I've had for like 2 years. There's moths on them. This is my first time noticing this, bro. I've had these curtains since 2023, like, March. Or, like, June. Or, like, May. I think April. There's been moths on them this whole time. Wait. What is this? No way! The curtains had loops on the bottom this whole time. So I could hang them on the thing. I just pinned that shit up there. Oh, I'm such a fool. Well, no. No, I was right. Anyways. Okay. The moths consume. I don't think the Bible says anything about inflation. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out here at Bible Study Part 1. What does the Bible say about inflation? Bible wishes about kinks? God, alright, let's get to searching. Lust and sexuality. Jesus taught, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. This has nothing to do about inflation, but I think if the fetish involves anything outside of marriage, it falls under this. So we can move on. It might fall under distorting God's image for the body. I never thought of that till now. Because, you know, our bodies are temples and we should honor them, and I don't think we're supposed to inflate, roar, or unbirth the temple. I think. That's just my theory. It might not be canon. I might have to ask the Pope on this one. We need redeemed Zoomer on this. But does inflation honor God through her bodies? But there's also like how it's like, oh, as long as you're married, it's all okay. Cause I can give you First Corinthians 3:17. Oh, let's see what this says. No inflation allowed. Oh yeah, God's temple. If anyone destroys, so we can inflate just enough to where it's not destroyed. So no stretch marks can appear, but we can inflate before the stretch marks. Interesting. And we have to commit inflation. Our spouse has to be the one inflating us, I think. No. It's a hard theory. Stretch marks aren't destruction, it's just minor damage. Inflate them as much as you want, you know. I like that attitude, Hyper. Yeah, I think we can all inflate each other and be Christian. That'll be okay. We're not going to hell. We're not going to hell. Now, vor and unbirthing, that's a different story. What does the Bible say about pegging, though? Well, that's a good question. That's a good question, Hyper. I think it's okay if you're married. I think that's what it says. I think it's okay. I think. I smell so bad. That means it's time for a shower. So, I guess I'll wrap it up here. I think I wrapped it up earlier, but I just couldn't stop talking. Anything that's not natural from the body is worth saying. Damn. No pegging? No giant pink plastic penis? Good to know. You're so welcome. Amipi, what does your culture say about pegging and inflation? Is it okay? Care to share with the class? For anime club meetings, crazy. I'm feeling eepy, bro. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about inflation and release you guys from your captivity. Thank you, Hyper Saiyan, for reaching level 9. Thank you, Just Nate, for reaching level 6. And thank you, Meeple Birch, for reaching level 5. Thank you. And thank you, Mods. I already said thank you earlier. So thank you, Mods, again. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for Roblox. I don't know. I'm Christian, so I go with what you guys are going with. Wait, you are? No fucking way! We're like the weirdo fucking Christian group. Yeah! Okay, the chains of captivity aren't too tight. Hyper, do you want to get converted? Have you ever heard of Joseph Smith? Have you ever heard of the Book of Mormon? Ignore the incest and its origin, but ignore the incest and the pedophilia. If you ignore that, and we look at the Book of Mormon, and we ignore all of the plot holes with how it was created, and we ignore the corruption in the church, it's okay. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good book. I have Dragon Ball stickers on my Book of Mormon. I actually have it because I like to study religion, so I like to read it. And there are some fire lines in there, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know, the Bible's my pick. Because it says things like your wealth corrodes and rots and will testify against you in the afterlife. I fear that I've made a full circle into becoming like an alt-religious person that my parents were. Because my parents were alt-religious people in the like, I hate gay people way, and I hate depression, and if you're depressed, I hate you way. And I kind of left, and I was like, oh, I don't give a shit about what the Bible says. And then I was like, hey, the Bible says some pretty cool stuff. So now I'm like a scary Christian in the way of like, yeah, if you're a billionaire, you're going to hell. You're going to hell and you're burning forever. Or like, I just like your wealth corrodes and testifies against you in the afterlife. So we've come full circle. They were scary Christians, and now I'm a scary Christian. And you never truly break free, I think. I'm kidding. I don't think I'm a scary Christian. I'm scary in a different way. In a way that expands and grows inside me and spreads out to everyone else, if you will. Anywho, thank you, mods. Thank you for coming to Bible study. I'm glad we could get to the bottom of if inflation is a sin. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for Roblox. Good night, Meepy. Good night. See you guys tomorrow. I'll have a great rest of your days and nights, 24 hours. And, bye bye. Paka paka.